Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Zohran Mamdani is elected mayor of New York City, addressing his biggest critic, President Trump, in his victory speech. Meanwhile, Trump blames the government shutdown for the Democrats' success as it enters its 36th day, the longest closure in American history. And shaking up the curriculum. Schools in England announce AI and finance lessons to prepare children for the future. Now, Zohran Mamdani is the new mayor of New York City after beating independent Andrew Cuomo and Republican Curtis Sliwa. The 34-year-old becomes the first Muslim mayor and the youngest person in over a century to lead the largest city in the United States. President Trump, who's been critical of Mamdani, reacted to the win, writing on social media. And so it begins. But Mamdani addressed Trump directly during his victory speech with the words, "In this moment of political darkness, New York will be the light." Take a listen.
Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. The future is in our hands. My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty. Tonight, you have delivered a mandate for change, a mandate for a new kind of politics, a mandate for a city we can afford, and a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. To every New Yorker, whether you voted for me, for one of my opponents, or felt too disappointed by politics to vote at all, thank you for the opportunity to prove myself worthy of your trust. So, Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up.
Let's get the reaction of international relations professor Scott Lucas from the Clinton Institute, University College Dublin. Professor Lucas, we just heard Mamdani there. Turn the volume up. Mamdani is a history boy. He's the first Muslim to be the mayor of New York. This is clearly a big deal in the Big Apple and beyond. What do you make of his victory?
Well, I think the fact that we're talking on Al Arabiya about this shows how much international attention there is to this politician, this activist who was born in Uganda, lived briefly in South Africa, and then as a boy came to the United States, who, although being very dynamic, was a political outsider when he ran for New York City mayor a year ago, was, as you mentioned, a Muslim. And now here he is. He's triumphed. He's triumphed over Republicans, but he's also triumphed over a member of a New York State dynasty, the former Governor Andrew Cuomo. So there's that personal story. But I think more importantly, this is the story of a positive politics, a very different politics to that which we've been used to with Donald Trump. Mamdani is emphasizing, this is for all New Yorkers. This is indeed for all people in America in terms of a communal way forward. And that's why his policies focus on, for example, dealing with the cost of living, affordable housing, affordable childcare, affordable education, making sure even that there are grocery stores in neighborhoods that usually don't have them. And that type of pragmatic day-to-day politics is a little bit different than the Donald Trump politics of division. The us versus them, the us versus the enemies within. So you get this juxtaposition of what you heard from Mandani's speech about New York as a point of light coming out of the darkness, and then Trump's threat, that veiled threat, which is not, I'm going to work with this man, but in all caps, and so it begins. In other words, promising the politics of confrontation.
And Professor Lucas, last night, Americans had their say on politics across several states, which all voted Democrat. They were blue. Is this a referendum on President Trump's first 9 months in the White House and, as you say, his divisive politics in many respects?
I'm glad you brought that up, because in some ways I think some of the other contests were even more important than New York City. And I think especially the governor's contest in Virginia, in New Jersey, which would be competitive states, but where the Democrats won by 12 to 15 points. I think in part that was a message to Trump, but I think in part also it was a message of terms of what Americans want from a politics which isn't just the shouting and isn't just what's going on social media, but can you be competent in delivering the services that we need at a very difficult time for Americans? Or as the governor-elect Abigail Spanberger, the Democrat in Virginia, said at her election night celebration, people voted for pragmatism rather than polarization. They voted for competence rather than chaos. And I think that's going to be the message that goes beyond today all the way until we get the elections across the United States, across all 50 states a year from now.
And Mamdani won in New York as a progressive Democrat, but he's also been a divisive figure on the left. What does this mean for the future of the party going forward, which has lacked direction since Trump's win? The Democrats haven't really done much or found a voice.
Well, I think, first of all, that idea that he's a divisive figure on the left is in many ways the message that his opponents wanted to portray. And he was running, interestingly enough, against a fellow Democrat, Andrew Cuomo. But I think it was more, if it's a Democrat issue, of the old guard on its way out of politics. Cuomo's father was governor. He was governor. The Clintons are gone, for example. Joe Biden is gone. And there's this younger generation of Democrat. And I think the media have sort of gotten their eye off the ball. At national level, because everything is so chaotic and even dysfunctional, there's this idea that the Democrats are not working together, they're falling apart. But much of American politics, as we saw last night, is at the state and local level. And when you talk about those contests for governors or even for the mayors of cities, the Democrats do have a message to get out amidst a government shutdown, of course, which is we will deliver on health care, we will deliver on jobs, we will deliver on your housing. And I think the media sort of miss that because they get led by Trump's latest big message. And Americans don't necessarily want that. Does this mean that Democrats will win next year in the midterms? Absolutely not. But it does mean that they have much more to work with than they've been given credit for over these last 8 months.
And I think the big question now is, how will Donald Trump react to Mamdani's win in New York? We did see him post on Truth Social, "It begins." And we have seen him come out fighting today when it does come to that US shutdown you just mentioned there. But he's almost choosing the option to stop the filibuster, to end that from happening, instead of holding talks with the Democrats.
I think you summed it up quite well. We know what Donald Trump is talking about. And this is more of the same here, which is the idea of, I'm going to be very aggressive. You might even say bully my way into making this person back down or to punish him. I think there's a problem with that, specifically in the case of New York City. I know a lot of New Yorkers, and whether they're Republicans or Democrats, they don't like being bullied. So I'm not sure that Trump approach is going to work there. But more broadly, Trump can't just simply cut off federal funding just like that to individual cities and states, because funding quite often is authorized by Congress. So if Trump does pursue this route, I think he's going to do two things. I think he's going to give himself legal trouble, but more importantly, he'll be seen as punishing people who need that assistance with food, who need that assistance with health care, who need that assistance with education. And will Americans really vote for a man who just keeps punishing them? I think it's a very risky tactic, but it's the only type of politics that Trump knows. Again, positive politics versus the politics of confrontation.
Professor Scott Lucas, great to talk to you, and thank you so much for your insights. Now, the US government shutdown has entered its 36th day today, making it the longest closure in American history. It all started on the 1st of October over a new funding deal in Congress and has left thousands of federal workers without pay and millions of Americans without essential services. Speaking earlier, President Trump said the shutdown was a big factor in yesterday's election. Take a listen.
Last night, it was, not expected to be a victory. It was very Democrat areas, but I don't think it was good for Republicans. I don't think it was good. I'm not sure it was good for anybody. But we had an interesting evening, and we learned a lot. If you read the pollsters, the shutdown was a big factor, negative for the Republicans, and that was a big factor. And we must get the government back open soon, and really immediately. We have to get it open. It's time for Republicans to do what they have to do, and that's terminate the filibuster. It's the only way you can do it.
I'm now joined from Washington by Gabrielle Suma, Professor of International Law and former member of the Advisory Council to President Donald Trump. Thank you so much for joining me this evening, Gabrielle. Let's start with President Trump. He's come out fighting today, urging Republicans to take a radical step to end the shutdown. Is this in reaction to Mamdani's win in New York? And I was just speaking a little bit earlier to Professor Scott Lucas, and he said this is the way that Donald Trump works. Is he going to bully the Democrats into ending the shutdown?
Well, I think both sides have to work out something to close this gap and end this shutdown. Well, there's no doubt that the victory of Mamdani requires that because we cannot have a country if this shutdown stays as it is right now. I think the president is right in asking all parties to participate in ending this shutdown once and for all.
And Washington has entered its longest ever federal government shutdown, as we have been speaking about. But why, instead of holding talks with the Democrats, has President Donald Trump called to remove the filibuster rule?
Well, the filibuster rule is a tough rule where a senator could stop the whole proceedings. And I think I agree with the president that there has to be an end to this procedure because it is an obstacle in the Senate to pass any law if one senator decides to filibuster. So it's a problematic, and I think the president is right in asking the Congress to stop these procedures.
And it's really interesting because we are looking now that the shutdown has left hundreds of thousands of federal workers on furlough, closed some services and disrupted the supply of food stamps for 40 million Americans. How is this hurting people, and how long will this continue? Because if Donald Trump wants to terminate the filibuster, that will take a long time.
This is hurting people deeply, especially those of lower income, because they don't have the means to buy what is necessary for their families. And therefore, this has to stop. There is no logic behind this filibuster stuff, and this has to end as soon as possible.
And polling suggests Americans blame President Trump and his Republican Party for the shutdown. And Trump's tariffs go before the Supreme Court today, too. Why is the president falling out of favor with the American people? Because we saw such a groundswell and excitement about Donald Trump when he was re-elected just 9 months ago.
Well, that's true. The president is not in an easy situation. He has to fulfill his obligations. This shutdown stops everything in the United States. Right now, we are suffering as a result. The American people are suffering as a result of this shutdown. And therefore, all parties have to sit down and negotiate a settlement. This cannot stay like that. And I think what what we saw yesterday as a result of the elections is because of what's happening now in Washington and the shutdown. Therefore, this has to end as soon as possible.
And you're a legal expert. Can we just talk a little bit about Trump's tariffs going before the Supreme Court today? Do you think the tariffs are legal? And do you think Donald Trump will be able to win this?
Well, nobody knows what is going to be the decision of the ruling of the Supreme Court in this regard. But I think the Supreme Court is going to take into account what's happening in the nation, the shortages in food, in many things that are necessity for the American people, and therefore I think the Supreme Court is going to decide. It's going to write a ruling on this issue and finish this stuff.
So you think that the tariffs will be deemed illegal and Donald Trump won't be able to carry on through with them?
Well, historically, the tariffs helped the United States. If we go back to the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century, America became a wealthy nation as a result of these tariffs. So I don't see a problem with these tariffs. I know at the end the American consumer is going to be paying for them. But the tariffs are a source of income for the United States, and the president said that we're getting a lot of money as a result of these tariffs.
Gabrielle Suma, thank you so much for joining us today and for your thoughts. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. At least 9 people have been killed in a plane crash in the US. A UPS cargo plane plunged to the ground during takeoff in Kentucky and started a massive fire. 11 people are said to be injured and some are still unaccounted for. Fire officials say the amount of fuel spilled at the crash site makes it a very dangerous situation. A fire at a nursing home in Bosnia has claimed 11 lives. The blaze, which started on Tuesday night in the town of Tuzla, also injured 30 others. Around 20 people have been sent to a medical center for treatment. Hamas has returned the body of US-Israeli hostage Itai Shen. That's according to the Israeli Prime Minister's office, who said the remains were positively identified. The handover was conducted through the Red Cross. Shen was serving as a soldier in the Israeli army when Hamas gunmen attacked Israel on the 7th of October. And Japan's military is deploying troops to help trap bears in the country's north. That's after local authorities struggle to contain a wave of attacks. The operation has begun in Kazuno, where residents have been told to avoid the forest, stay home after dark, and also carry bells. Now, at least 66 people have been killed and thousands others were forced to flee their homes after one of the strongest typhoons of the year tore through the Philippines. Kalameji also flooded entire towns and left a trail of destruction. Authorities say more than 20 people remain missing. Patrick Falk reports.
Video
captured on a mobile phone shows the extent of the flooding caused by Typhoon Kalameji in Cebu province.
Toyota Fortuner.
Vehicles can be seen being swept away by the force of gushing water. The powerful storm unleashed heavy rains across central Philippines, submerging homes and forcing thousands to evacuate.
Everything on our ground floor was destroyed. Our TV, our kitchen, our sliding door, our air conditioner, our windows, everything was destroyed.
Among those who died were 6 crew members of a military helicopter that crashed on Mindanao Island. Reports say it had been deployed to assist in relief efforts. Rescuers continue to struggle delivering aid. They say they need the skies to clear and to remove debris as well as cars on roads, something that's also left holidaymakers stranded in some parts of the country.
We are working towards securing the tourists while there are no transportation options available.
Many deaths were as a result of drowning, according to local reports. The typhoon, named Tino locally, has weakened since making landfall on Tuesday, but continues to bring strong winds across the region. It's now headed towards Vietnam. Kamaegi is the latest in a series of natural disasters to batter the Philippines, a country that faces around 20 tropical storms each year and is still reeling from recent earthquakes and extreme weather. Patrick Falk, Arabiya English.
Now, the online retail giant Sheen has opened its first physical store in Paris today, despite an ongoing investigation over a controversial doll sold on their platform. Protesters have been gathering outside the BHV department store over the adult entertainment product. Sheen say they are cooperating fully with authorities. We can now go live to Paris to speak to our correspondent there, Ross Cullen. Ross, outside the shop for us this evening, one man was arrested on Wednesday in France after a controversial doll was ordered online on Sheen. Can you tell us a little bit more?
Yeah, hi, Leigh Ann. That man was arrested in the south of France after he was the recipient of a package which contains an adult entertainment doll with childlike features. As he's been taken into custody and is being questioned by police. And in fact, just this afternoon, we've had a change in terms of the policy from the French Economy Ministry. They have confirmed that they are looking to suspend Sheen's online offerings here in France. And in fact, that has been confirmed by the Chinese e-commerce giant as well, saying that they have moved to suspend their marketplace product until they can confirm that all illicit items are removed from their website. That has been the main issue of controversy throughout the day here, which has been the first day that Sheen has had its first bricks and mortar outlet opened here in France.
Ross, it looks really busy where that first bricks and mortar outlet is opening in France. I see lots of people queuing. They probably want to get a bargain. But why is the opening of Sheen store, which is, as you said, a Chinese-founded retailer, so controversial in Paris?
Yeah, so Leigh Ann, we've had two groups of people gathering throughout the day. Across the road behind me, you'll be able to see BHV Marais. That's the department store inside which Shein is opening its first outlet. There have been long lines of people waiting to queue to get inside to perhaps grab themselves a bargain. On the opposite side of the road, just further down here, we have had demonstrators all day, particularly those in favour of the Uyghur Muslim community, because there have been allegations made against the Chinese online giant that it has been using forced labour with members of the Uyghur Muslim community in those factories, something that has been denied by Sheen. But we've seen the Uyghur flag being flown and demonstrators clashing across the different sides of the road because they have been booing and whistling those people who've been queuing up to get inside. BHV Marais themselves have been defending the decision to have Sheen inside, saying that China is a huge commercial power. It's the world's second biggest economy, and there are some 25 million people in France who already purchase products using the Sheen website.
Yes, indeed. And thousands of people all over the world, Ross, use the Sheen website. And what has Sheen said about all this controversy that's happening right now in relation to the store opening in Paris?
Well, Sheen have said that they find it intolerable and unacceptable that there were adult entertainment dolls with childlike features that had found their way onto their platform to be bought and sold. And they did say that they would be hoping to identify all the people who had tried to purchase those products, all the companies that had tried to place those products as well. They wanted to work with French authorities in order to try to track down. But Sheen have faced multiple controversies as well in France. Previously, the anti-fraud office here had said that Sheen had misled consumers over its environmental record and its human rights record. Sheen has said that we are a very successful product. We have millions of customers in France. We are offering them a service and we are complying with all the investigations that are taking place.
And Ross, there's a different story unfolding in France today that I just wanted to touch on with you. There's also been a car ramming incident on an island of France's western Atlantic coast. What more do we know about the situation that's been unfolding there today?
Yeah, that's right, Leigh Ann. We've had the Interior Minister, Laurent Nunez, has been there to the island, which is a popular holiday island called the Ile of Oléron, just off the western coast of France, where for 35 minutes this morning, a man carried out a car ramming attack, deliberately targeting pedestrians and cyclists. 2 people are in intensive care after being hit directly by that car. The man then tried to set the vehicle alight before he was tasered by French police and taken into custody. As he was arrested during his period of detention, he shouted Allah Akbar, according to French police, but he was not known to the intelligence services. He was, however, this 35-year-old man, previously known to police for road traffic violations. Leigh Ann?
Ross Cullen there in Paris for us. Thank you so much. Let's take a look at the top business news now. Tesla's board is facing a $1 trillion compensation plan for CEO Elon Musk. Musk's compensation would be the largest corporate pay package in history if shareholders do vote in favour of it during the annual general meeting tomorrow. As part of the deal, the tech tycoon would be given over 400 million new shares, which would be worth nearly $1 trillion. Reddit has been added to Australia's social media ban for children under 16. Next month, in a world first, Australia will target 9 platforms, including Facebook, TikTok and YouTube. Tech companies can be fined up to $32 million if they do not follow the age restriction guidelines. Turning to all the sports news now, UFC President Dana White has met with the FBI over alleged suspicious betting activity. It's after Isaac Duganu, who was expected to beat underdog Yadir Dalvadi in Las Vegas, lost in the first round. A betting integrity company alerted the UFC to bets being placed on that fight. Bulgarian's coach has denied any knowledge of foul play. Live golf events will be extended to 72 holes from 2026, putting them in line with other tours. The Saudi Arabian circuit was launched in 2022 with 54 holes. 2-time major winner John Ram, who won his second straight Live title in August, said that the whole extension is a win for the league. Schools in England could be given new lessons in AI and finances as part of a curriculum shake-up. Primary school children will be taught how to spot fake news and misinformation, as well as learning about mortgages and money. The UK government hope it will prepare young people for the future, giving them the skills needed to thrive as the world evolves. I'm now joined by Christine Cunniff, Executive Principal at Aliyev LBS Ascot. Thank you so much for joining me this evening, Christine. Great to have you on. Let's just begin with the fact that this is the biggest overhaul to the school curriculum for over a decade. This will impact and shape the lives of many, many young people. Do you think what the government is proposing is a positive step forward for people's education?
100%, and this should have happened quite a while ago. So it's actually quite welcome news for us. And I think I work in an independent school, so much of what we are seeing today is already going on in much of our sector. But it's really good that all children in the country will be part of this, because we've got to learn about AI. It's got to be part of our everyday lives. The children are already ahead of us anyway. So let's hope that this is a curriculum for the future.
Children are definitely ahead of us, Christine. I feel that very much too. But on paper, this overhaul looks good as we see AI and data science added to the subject list. But how easy is it to deliver this in schools? And do you have the teachers? Because right now there is a shortage of teaching staff in the UK.
Yeah, 100%. Everything looks good on paper, doesn't it? But delivering it is another thing, because we are so short of teachers in this country. The new government have pledged 6,500 new teachers, but we're not seeing those come through because there are other issues that we need to explore to find out why teachers aren't coming. And then the other thing is you get traditional academics, traditional teachers of possibly a certain age that don't want to embrace this new technology, like we saw with digital online work during COVID.
Yeah, it's really interesting, isn't it? Because there's different factors that play into this. But these changes will impact children going through one of the biggest generational shifts to their employment we have ever seen when it comes to AI. Do you think the government is doing enough to embrace the rapidly changing landscape? You said you're an independent school and you're already doing a lot of this. But do you think the government says they want to do this properly? It will be implemented by 2027, which to me seems a little bit far away. I don't know what your thoughts on that are.
The thing is, it can never be too soon, but what we saw during COVID was that we had thousands of children who did not have the technology to access work during COVID. Now, AI and the study of AI is brilliant if you've got the technology, but we have many children who don't have access to that technology. So that's the infrastructure's got to be there to be able to do it. We'd all like it to happen tomorrow, but I can't see it happening by 2027, not a rollout across the country. We've got to be careful it doesn't create more social divide as well, because if we look at AI and some of the problems, it's about bias, because it's only the people that are using it that are feeding the AI. It's not representative of the whole child or adult population in the world.
Yeah, very interesting. And what I like about some of these proposals that were made were financial lessons, because I wish I had them at school, because honestly, it's very difficult to know when you get out into the world and you get a mortgage and you get a bank account. Do you think that the financial lessons that will happen are good? Do you agree with them? Is this the way to sort of train children early on?
Many schools are doing it already, but it has to be everybody. I remember in the 1980s, I was brought up in a state school myself, being taught how to write a cheque. Now, it's got to be the same now. The children need to know about money. It's such a complex world and it affects them, and they've got to understand what the world of finance looks like, how it will impact them, because growing up is very difficult these days, and how you use your money, how you invest for the future. Even down to pensions. Young people need to know it might seem a long way off, but a little bit every day when you start working will soon add up for when you're my age.
Yeah, no, I definitely wish I had been taught that. But it's really interesting because what is going to go from schools that we see now that have been traditional core subjects in order to introduce this new way of learning when it comes to AI, data sciences and finances? Are we going to lose some of the core that we've always been used to in schools?
Well, AI shouldn't be taught in a silo. It's got to be part of our everyday life. It's a hygiene factor now. It's got to be taught from a very early age that we walk alongside AI. We are the humans with our critical thinking, our communication, our creativity, our collaboration, the human skills that AI doesn't have. Well, at least not yet anyway. It's because we need to walk alongside this, and children need to have that from an early age. It cannot be taught as a standalone. It affects every subject, every part of life. look how rapidly it's working. Look, when we sleep is evolving. It's something that we have to embrace straight away. Now, with financial literacy, there's no reason why you can't do that and make subjects like maths, for example, real life application. So when we talk about algebra, how does that relate to if you went into a finance degree, or if you wanted to be an architect, how do you use that algebra? Real finance can come into everyday life. It's got to be common language and delivered through the curriculum as a whole, as well as separately.
And it's interesting because I did algebra at school and now I have a calculator on my phone, so my life is so much easier. But the government wants to bring in another exam, and people are questioning, is this a right idea? Should more exams be available to assess where children are in the school year? Or do you think this will just create more work? Or do we need to find out a little bit earlier how children are in the mainstream schooling system?
I mean, having a qualification for it is, sorry, I just don't agree with that at all. I think it's nonsense. It's one of those things we're going to be working with, and it should be assessed through all year groups at different times. We're not working with it as a subject. It's part of our lives. So it's got to be ongoing and continuous.
And also, just looking to the future, because I don't have children, but I have a nephew and he's 14 years old and he, is wondering what to do with his life. And so much is changing when it comes to careers that, we can't really give much help to. But when children are looking to the future now, what are you suggesting that they do? What new jobs are opening up? Are apprenticeships better than university? Has that whole landscape changed for the future?
100%. It's changing for all of us, our adults as well. So, I've got 3 grown-up children in their 20s, and I'm saying you need to look at how you can diversify your careers moving forward. And I think with young people, I've just spoken about the 4 C's. It's about developing those human skills, being problem solvers for the future, being able to see potential problems in the future, bring them into the present so we don't have barriers for the future, and be multi-skilled, because the landscape out there is changing. Well, I'd say yearly. No, it's not. It's changing monthly. And we don't know what it looks like, but we know what us humans are capable of doing and how we can do that in the future.
Yeah, it's a very difficult landscape to navigate. Christine Cunniff, it's been brilliant to speak to you. Thank you so much. A reminder of our top stories. Zohran Mamdani is elected mayor of New York City, addressing his biggest critic, President Donald Trump, in his victory speech. Meanwhile, Trump blames the government shutdown for the Democrats' success as it enters its 36th day, the longest closure in American history. And shaking up the curriculum, schools in England announce AI and finance lessons to prepare children for the future. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on X too, and we'll be back in a couple of hours' time with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Now, every year, Mercer publishes its Global Pension Index. That's a major study which compares the retirement income systems in some 52 different countries. Well, according to the 2025 index, Saudi Arabia has risen the rankings with an improved score versus last year and an improved overall grade from C+ to B grade. Well, this positions the kingdom on par with more mature systems like Switzerland and Canada. So what is behind this improvement, and what else does the survey reveal? Well, I'm joined now by Tariq Lotfi, who is the Mercer President of India, Middle East and Africa. Tariq, thanks for coming to see us.
Thank you for having me.
Let's start by talking about Saudi Arabia's improved ranking, improved grade. I mean, what are the most significant factors behind this?
Well, as you said, this is a study that we've been doing for 17 years now. So we study, review, evaluate and compare about 52 countries and retirement systems of 52 countries around the world, covering about 65% of the global population. Saudi Arabia this year is one of 8 countries to improve their ranking from C+ to B. And it's really a number of factors around what we call the 3 pillars of pension fund design: adequacy, sustainability, and integrity. And Saudi Arabia has made progress across all 3 of those. And it's a culmination of several years of work. It's not one single factor. It's a culmination of several years of work that they've been, their focus has been on this. It's been a priority for them from a policy-making perspective. It's primarily around this year, around more comprehensive data on minimum pension levels. They've also made changes and revisions to contribution and accrual rates for new entrants into the scheme. And over the course of the last 18 months, there's been a number of legislative actions around the state pension age, which is now 65 in Saudi Arabia, as well as a variety of other things that have contributed to the strength of the system. It's already a very robust system with some very strong features, and they've done a lot of work specifically on the areas of integrity and adequacy.
Right, so reforms have been a factor in this improved rating over the past 12 months.
Absolutely. And the work that we do at Mercer is not just assessing and rating these pension schemes in a moment in time, but it's also providing really valuable insight around what reforms are needed and how those reforms can have an impact on improving those scores and the sustainability and the adequacy of those systems. So a lot of the work that we do with our clients is the rating is one thing, but it's also advising them on how to improve and how to reform, how and where to reform.
So Saudi Arabia, as we were saying in the introduction, is now ranked alongside the likes of Switzerland and Canada. That's in the B grade category. What needs to be done to close the gap and make Saudi Arabia A grade?
So I think they're in fantastic company. If you think about the journey they've been on over the past several years, they're in fantastic company already with the group that they're in. In terms of what can be done to improve and where we can see some reform, and they share these opportunities as well with the other countries who they share the same rating with, and so it's not unique just to Saudi Arabia. The first thing I would say is the increase in the minimum level of pension provided to the poorest and the eldest in their systems. The second would be to increase coverage to include employees in occupational schemes. And the third, along with longer lifespans, would be to drive more participation rates, particularly in the older segment of the working economy. And so there's a few things that they have at their disposal in terms of reform or in terms of things they can focus on. Again, it's not unique just to Saudi Arabia, but they share this with a number of other countries and mature systems around the world.
And what about the region? How does Saudi compare to the other countries in the region that you look after, namely this region?
Well, this was a really exciting issue for us because Saudi Arabia is now in its 8th year in our index. The UAE is in their 5th year. We had Kuwait and Oman debut this year. And so we're starting to get a broader representation from the Middle East, which is exciting. And really, it's reflective of the conversation that's taking place on the ground. And so if you look at the priorities today from an economic and a societal perspective, retirement, savings adequacy, financial security is top of the agenda. And we're seeing that not only in the reforms in the existing members of our index, but also in the new entrants in Kuwait and Oman. So the narrative is changing across the region, and it's an exciting time to be doing this kind of work.
But of course, Saudi Arabia always looking to attract top talent in multiple sectors, especially the sectors where they're aiming to grow and achieve the greatest results. How much does a pension package feature in the sort of the list of desirable factors inside an overall remuneration package?
Yeah, it features pretty high. And so you have this incredibly well-articulated and ambitious Vision 2030. And it's fantastic to see the way the public sector and the private sector has rallied around Vision 2030 and the progress that the kingdom's made over the past several years. A big part of their ability to be successful is their ability to attract and retain talent. And whether it's the work that we see in the public pension funds or the private sector pension funds that are complementing what exists already, that's a big part of their ability to drive a vibrant society, a thriving economy. And if you look at a lot of the tenets of Vision 2030, empowering individuals, fostering social development, a stable and productive and engaged workforce, a lot of these require a robust pension system, again, that goes back to being adequate, sustainable, and having integrity. And they've made massive strides in that area.
And so are we, therefore, starting to see companies do an awful lot when it comes to changing what they offer future employees and existing employees when it comes to their retirement scheme?
So I think that's a work in progress. And like anything, the private sector partners or supplements or complements what already exists in the public sector. And so sometimes the private sector can move faster, they can bring efficiency, they can bring competitiveness. In many cases, you're seeing private sector focus on alternative saving schemes to supplement what already exists and to make sure that we have savings adequacy in the system. You're also seeing private sector launch specific targeted schemes for a specific segment of the workforce. And so, yes, you are seeing the private sector come along and partner or supplement what already exists from a public sector perspective. And that's important, and it's necessary for the economies in the region to be sustainable and to continue to attract and retain talent.
Saudi Arabia's got a young population, hasn't it? And I'm just wondering, perhaps you're seeing any trends when it comes to that young population? I mean, obviously the gig economy around the world is something that didn't exist 10 years ago, yep. But now it does, and it's obviously being embraced in a major way in Saudi Arabia. Are you seeing those young people starting out, perhaps some of them entrepreneurs, freelancers, are they making provisions for their old age, do you think?
Well, I mean, the world's changed, so you're right. I mean, there's a couple of macro trends that are driving things. One is people are living longer and spending longer time in retirement and working longer. And the other is this gig economy or non-traditional sectors that typically leave gaps in savings or gaps in pension plans. And so there's been a huge effort, and we do a lot of this at Mercer in terms of increasing awareness around financial stability or financial security. And so you are seeing the younger generation start to understand what retirement planning looks like, how they should be thinking about that, and how they should plan for the future. And that's dovetailing really well with the work that the government is doing and the priority the government is placing around this.
And just tell us, why do you carry out this survey? What are you seeking to achieve when you do it?
So again, the world is changing very quickly, and if these pension systems and plans don't adapt, they run the risk of falling behind and facing funding issues. So again, longer lifespans means people spend longer time in retirement, which has a drain on funding and payouts. An aging workforce means the ratio of active workers to retirees is reducing, and that again has strain on payouts. The gig economy, which you mentioned, and non-traditional working, again, has gaps in the system, and if they aren't addressed, these pension plans run the risk of being left behind or being underfunded and not being able to contribute in the way that they want to again, vibrant, inclusive economies where people have financial well-being. So the reason we do this at Mercer and the work that we do is A, to understand where everyone stands, but B, and I think more importantly, is to provide insight as to how we can improve some of the risks that we see, some of the challenges we see, and where we see opportunities to improve, to make sure that these pension schemes and retirement systems are able to support and again deliver on vibrant economies and thriving societies.
Okay, and just lastly, Tarek, I mean, looking forward to 2026, would you expect to see Saudi Arabia continue to go up the charts? Would you see perhaps that A grade perhaps looming in the not so very distant future?
I know the kingdom is incredibly ambitious, and I know they have their sights set on many milestones, and I'm confident they'll continue to look at how they can reform and how they can increase their attractiveness and their competitiveness on a global scale. So I'm confident we'll see progress.
All right, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us, Tarek Lotfi, Mercer, President of India, Middle East and Africa. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Mr. Casper, thank you very much for this interview. The rising global debt is causing many to sound the alarm about a possible crisis looming. The US is no exception, and just a few days ago, billionaire Ray Dalio warned that the situation in the US right now when it comes to public debt is casting a very similar shadow to that pre-World War II. How worried are you?
Thanks very much for a very complete question that allows me to give you an overview of our views about public finance, public debt, and public debt risks at this point in the world economy. One of our headline messages for the annual meetings is that debt is high, and at this point in time, global public debt is rising fast and is projected to go above 100% of global GDP by 2029. Risks are also on the upside, which means that it's more likely that debt will grow even faster than it is that it will slow down. Part of the reason for this development is that we have changed the macroeconomic environment quite severely some years ago when interest rates start rising. For a long period of time, debt was rising, but interest rates were coming down so that the burden on budgets was more or less steady. But since 2021, interest rates have increased, and from 2023, public debt also turned up. So we have this coincidence of public debt rising, interest rates rising, the burden of interest payments on budget is increasing as well. In the world, round numbers, rough numbers, in 2020, the interest bill on budget was about 2% of GDP, and now it's approaching 3% of GDP. It's a very large pressure. Now, if you look at financial markets right now, you see that assets have their valuations stretched. You have a situation where spreads are narrow, credit risk spreads are narrow. In such a situation, financial risks can materialize. And in a situation where governments are in a vulnerable position, one of the scenarios that we worry most about is one in which there is a fiscal, financial, adverse feedback loop. And we have shown some years ago that when countries have fiscal space, they can manage a financial crisis to minimize impacts on employment and economic activity and make sure that the recovery comes fast. Countries that are constrained, that don't have fiscal space, that don't have fiscal buffers, on the contrary, have to suffer, have to endure falls in employment and economic activity that are much more pronounced, and a recovery that takes much longer to come.
How problematic for you is the global push into spending more on military?
So we use a frame to look at the political pressures on the budget right now, and we call it a fiscal policy trilemma. Part of the trilemma has to do with spending pressures. The spending pressures at this point in time come first from the increase in interest burdens on budget that I've already referred to, and then you have other pressures that are different across countries in the world. For many countries in the world, population aging, having to do with spending on pensions and health, is a pressure. For others is priorities that are put on security and defense, like in your example. Still for others, it has to do with spending which is necessary to promote growth and development. For others, it is competitiveness. But in any case, most countries around the world are facing spending pressures of different natures. At the same time, countries face resistance to increases in taxation, to new taxes. If you have a situation like the one I described, where you have relatively high debt, relatively high deficits, if you have pressures on spending and you cannot increase taxation, you will have a perpetuation of deficits that push public debt up, and that threatens fiscal sustainability and financial stability. That's the trilemma. How do you get around the trilemma? You have already hinted at one very important element, which is growth. Right? So if one can deploy fiscal policy as structural policy with other structural policies to promote growth, one eases the trilemma, because growth endogenously generates additional revenues which create fiscal space. The fiscal monitor looks at public spending composition and public spending efficiency, and shows how these two dimensions are very important for the growth performance of countries. But more generally, it's very important to invest, so to speak, in public trust, because public trust allows countries to have a very good social and political cohesion that allows them to respond rapidly to changing circumstances, and that's part of a resilient economy, it's part of a resilient society.
Let me ask you about pension funds in the developed countries, where we are witnessing an aging population and an increased attack on immigration systems. How does that change the pension landscape in developed countries?
So 6 months ago in April, we looked at the political economy of pension reform in the fiscal monitor, and we identified that very transparent communication, explanation of the financial constraints associated with social security systems, and a consultation with the most relevant stakeholders was extremely important to build a consensus around the process of reform of social security. This very morning, I had I participated in a panel, I moderated a panel on pension reform, and in that context, the panelists were very much emphasizing that the political elements of the process of reform are crucial, and they were arguing that the reform of the pension system should be thought through in terms of a social contract, one generation to the next, and should be put in the context, in the broad context of economic and financial development. For example, when one makes a transition to a fully funded defined contribution system, one can mobilize the savings that are accumulated in the system to foster capital market development, and so the financing of, say, innovation, as you were emphasizing a moment ago. At the same time, you do have cases around the world with difficult reforms were passed that create much stronger resilience in the system. For example, Sweden and Japan have indexed the age of retirement to life expectancy in quite a mechanical way, and that does help the system to become self-sustained in a prudent way.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Istanbul, definitely a glory of the world. Istanbul bridges two continents, marries civilizations that highlights the best of the Roman, Byzantine, and Ottoman empires. Take a look and see. Perhaps the most popular among tourists is taking the Bosphorus cruise in Istanbul. They say a trip to the city won't be complete without taking this route. It provides a majestic overview of the city, taking both European and Asian shores. You'll see century-old places and mansions to marvel at. There are also several options of cruises to take for your convenience. The Hagia Sophia is definitely a sight to see too. It's a splendid church-turned-mosque-turned-museum that's considered one of the world's greatest architectural treasures. Also head over to the Archaeology Museum in Istanbul. It is considered one of the city's hidden gems, displaying one of the world's richest collections of classical antiquities. Here, you'll find the marvelous sarcophagus of Alexander the Great, depicting important phases of his life, the blue-tiled Karaman Marab, the beautiful tiled pavilion, and the Treaty of Kadesh, which is known as the world's earliest surviving peace treaty. When it comes to shopping, Istanbul has its Grand Bazaar. You can go bargain hunting to your heart's delight. It is over 500 years old, but still one of the largest covered bazaars in the world. Locals visit the place every day to shop and bargain like pros. The Grand Bazaar is also known for its carpets, leather, ceramic, jewelry, plus souvenirs you can bring home. Not to be missed are the local markets that will allow you a taste of different cultures of continents. Turkey's kitchen is in fact known to be the richest of all. Their dishes are known to be made with only fresh produce. Plus, you can buy the ingredients firsthand at the local markets. Then, of course, you can't miss the Galata Tower. It is one other way to see the best of the city. You'll get a 360-degree panoramic view of Istanbul. Its very high tower also has a restaurant and cafe for you to dine in at the 9th floor. Feel free to enjoy the view and the food too. Definitely a great way to see, experience, and absorb the beauty that is Istanbul. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Sorry, Tom, I'm late. I'm nearly there.
Is a low-level loan shark roaming the floors of a casino in Macau. She's not exactly an employee, but she looks for opportunity to lend money to people who are in desperate need. But she obviously wasn't very happy with her life and how things were going. She felt very trapped until she meets Colin's character, Doyle. And these two characters form this very kind of platonic yet a very loving relationship. Two wooden people come together and help each other to find their way out of that really sad situation. I think it always comes down to people. I think this is a very group of special, passionate filmmakers, and especially my scene partner, Colin, who I spend most of my time with. He's just one of a kind. I've never worked with anyone like him. He's so kind, supportive, generous, and he's just an artist through and through, and I'm so glad, I'm honored to have the chance to work with him.
Well, because he's such a generous, open-hearted, big-hearted person who just gives to the camera, to his fellow actors, to the crew, and he gives and gives and gives, and thus he takes us along on a journey that is sometimes might be, you know, because this guy's a scoundrel. So it's a challenge that we keep empathizing with him. But because it's Colin, we're just on his side because we love him.
Oh God, he's just lost, really. Yeah, he's just lost. He is a man on the precipice of falling into a really, really dark place. Rock bottom. You know, we don't really get too much into the backstory of the character. When you meet him in the first frame, he's kind of close to his end. And that was one of the things I loved about it, that it doesn't really delve into what I usually enjoy, which is finding out why the character is the way they are and stuff. But yeah, he's just lost. He's just lost. He's looking in all the wrong places for meaning and for value and worth in his life. I worked with Tilda a long, long time ago on a film called The War Zone, so it's the first time in 25 years. Yeah, it was lovely to work with her again. I worked with her very briefly on The War Zone. I got to work with her quite a bit on this, which was a joy, and Fala was a dream. So easy.
It'd take a miracle to change a man like me.
Our world is changing. The mass extinction we feared has already begun, and we are the cause.
First of all, you know, how does it feel to be in those types of films, which are such great fantasy, such spectacle for the audience?
Yeah, I think it's kind of unbelievable and unreal.
Yeah, especially yours, your first.
Yeah, it's my first of a movie. It's like, it's kind of, you don't believe it. It's kind of like, okay, well, and then you come on set and it's real. Everything's real, like everything is happening. It's kind of weird, isn't it? When you receive the script and you're like, oh wow, I really am doing this.
Yeah.
It's daunting.
Like tomorrow.
It's daunting. For sure, you receive your schedule and you're like, okay.
How many of these things are there?
17 and counting.
That's messed up.
And what lies beneath the big spectacle is also kind of, you know, messages about nature and preservation of nature and balance. How much do you enjoy those themes?
Through art, you have to in a light way just spread a message, and you can't. The one thing I would say is you can't just think about it. Like, you're gonna walk out this movie and want to make a difference. After filming this movie, I've thought, and I'm like, you know what, now I need to change my whole lifestyle because I want to save this planet as much as I can, or do my little piece of just me getting a plastic bag and using that for everything of my everyday life. You know, it's as simple as making the smallest differences, and actually you're slowly and progressively changing the world. And that's what I think this movie really motivated me in that respect.
Our planet will perish, and so will we. Unless we set Godzilla free.
Kind of wait to see it in the cinema, don't you? You sit and you become an audience member of those kinds of films. So have you seen it in full already, and what was your first reaction?
Yeah, I've seen it twice now. Have you seen it 3 times?
Seen it 3 times.
And counting.
Yeah, exactly. I was shocked. I just didn't think that technology was that smart to create something that looks so unreal. Like, unreal as in like, not, it looks so real, but unreal. Like, it's crazy. I'm like, oh God, I'm
really
digging myself a hole. No, it's like, it's so real looking. That's what's terrifying about it and so spectacular. So for me, I was like, wow, like this is real. Like, for me, the biggest moment was seeing my name, like,
at the credits.
Yeah, that's all.
You know, people
That's
are like,
always dope.
oh my gosh. Like, not the fact that, like, I acted in the movie is cool, but, like, my name. Like, it just seems weird.
No, it's all, you know, surreal, unreal in a great way. Girls, how are you?
Wonderful. How are you?
We're good. Very well. Thank you so much. I love the background of the interview because it does remind me of the world of Tron. How is it on set? Visual effects, real sets, a combination of both, a lot of excitement?
A combination of both. You know, a lot of the stuff that I got to do, I was standing on a massive, epic set doing it, you know? Even what, you know, the bits where I'm chasing Eve down, looking for her. A lot of that was I was actually in this huge vehicle that got very hot in there. It was hot in there.
You recognize her?
Yeah.
And I was handcuffed and like
she's handcuffed on the ground. And we were on a volume stage, so what I was looking at was the actual cityscape and an actual like image of, you know, Ares stepping out in front of me on the road, and then me, you know, driving towards him, and you know, but the other stuff.
Every day felt like a whole new challenge.
There's a lot happening in those films, and there's so much legacy to them from the first one in the 80s up to now. But do you feel that this one is the most resonant of its time because, you know, it's a subject matter that's quite present in people's minds?
Of course, and the very fact that this one, we are not just going into the computer and totally imagining this world that doesn't exist. In our film, the programs come into the real world. So that alone grounds it in something that is so relevant to our present. And it's so interesting and I think amazing, really, that the writers and the filmmakers were able to still make a film that was finished this a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
And yet, you know, the conversation that we're having in this movie is very much a conversation that we're having right now. And I think that just goes to show how cool this franchise is and how much it really makes the audience and also the creators imagine.
What happened back there?
I disobeyed my directive.
Which was?
To retrieve the code from your disk and delete the carrier.
Dillinger told you to delete me?
Eve's backstory, Greta, how much did you keep in your mind her relationship with her sister, her dedication to the work? Is she the kind of character that you really imagine in the past?
Well, I have a sister. It's so crucial to her. It's like we're talking so much about AI and tech, but also it's like it's love, like the power of love. It can fuel someone to do outrageous and extraordinary things just by the sheer for the love of somebody like a sister. And I found that very essential to Eve and figuring out how to play her in the movie.
Hang on! Where are they?
Scanning quadrants 3 and 4.
Sector 18 clear.
I really enjoyed the emotional aspect of this Tron film. So how did you guys feel when you got the script? There's something, you know, quite haunted about it.
I agree. I think it's, even for all of the CGI and special effects, I think it has a lot of heart.
There's certain things you read in the script, like the feeling of the sprinkler system, the water on on Dina's hand, and the Depeche Mode moment that I wasn't sure how that was going to play. And then I saw it and I watched it, and it was really affecting, actually. It was very, very emotional. I agree with you. I was pleasantly surprised by that.
I would like you to meet Ares. This is the most sophisticated security program ever written. You want to shake his hand? Go ahead. He doesn't bite. Ares has billions of lines of code unique to him. Is it alive?
How does it feel to be on those sets, bearing in mind that, of course, the visual effects are part of the narrative, but there's still those big sets that kind of put you in the Tron world. Is it exciting?
Well, it was a mixture of things because on the one hand, they were huge sets, but some of them were mostly empty, and it was just a lot of blue screen on the side of the room. And then sometimes there were practical sets in there as well that, on the one hand, made it easier, certainly. And there were elements of the desk in our office that made it easier, I think, for Evan to interface with.
I think the size of the sets, it sort of helped to realize the stakes of it and the scope of it and how big it was, not just as a franchise, but as a film itself.
Yeah.
You're hacking ENCOM?
It's just a peek over the garden wall. No one will notice.
What makes you think that ENCOM is any closer to finding it?
Because I know who else is looking for it, all right?
Who?
Eve Kim. She's following in her sister's footsteps. She's after the permanence code. I can feel it.
How did you discuss their backstory and the mother-son dynamic in this one?
Well, we had about a 2-hour conversation, which is not a lot, but it was enough. It was something.
Yeah.
We managed to kind of piece stuff together and for ourselves individually, and so we covered a few bases.
Yeah. Gillian's incredibly smart and asked great questions about the history of the company and me taking over and all these things that were sort of question marks in the script. So it was nice to be able to flesh all that out before we got on the set.
You think you're in control of this? You're not.
I asked the same question to everyone involved in the film. Although this was, planned 10 years ago and shot a couple of years ago, it's so timely today. How exciting is it to be basically presenting this movie to the world in such a timely manner?
It's kind of extraordinary because, there have been films that have dealt with AI before, but, this is very much a film about the digital world coming into the real world, and that feels like it's a topic of conversation pretty much every single day, and it feels like what we thought of as being science fiction and deep future is actually right now in our present, which is both very exciting but also pretty terrifying at the same time.
I'm looking for something. Something I do not understand.
The final question is about watching the film in its entirety, including the music and the whole rhythm. How did it feel the first time?
Amazing.
Incredible.
Yeah. You never know when you're working on something whether people are going to pull it off. There's so much that goes into making films and so many people, and it can go awry at many different moments. And so when it all comes together in such a spectacular way, it's fun and delicious and wonderful to be a part of.
A malfunctioning program who wants to live. Why is that? It's just a feeling. Fascinating.
Hello, guys. How are you?
Hi. Hello. Where are you right now?
I'm in Dubai at the moment.
You're in Dubai. Okay, great.
Okay.
Yes, we've been there.
Yes, you have indeed. It is such a pleasure to talk about this one because I love that it's an emotional Tron for me. I love that. So first of all, with you, Jared, and being involved in this for a long time, how great was it that it was able, it was not about only sci-fi and only the futuristic feel of it, but also about the emotional core.
It was incredible. I mean, to have the grid come into the real world for the first time was something new and different and exciting. And I know Yoka and I both felt like that was an incredible hook to the film, something that would surprise and delight audiences. And it was time for that. We had a couple of films where people went into the grid. It was time to go the other way from the digital world into the real world. And then to take a character that's kind of built on ones and zeros and discover what it is to be human. What does it mean to be alive? What is life? Those are pretty fascinating questions to ask. And we were excited to go along that journey.
Since time began, man has gazed at the stars and he has wondered, am I alone? So much talk of AI and big tech today.
And to the both of you, although, you shot it 2.5 to 2 years ago, the themes are so resonant even in the last few months. So how exciting is it for you that it's coming out now and that it's so timely?
People are going to think we're really smart, aren't they? We
Or
planned
psychics.
this for 10 years. We knew it was coming. But there's an inevitability to it all. But I know that Joachim has some beautiful thoughts on that.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, this is a movie that's been many years in the making, and obviously AI was not part of the conversation the way it is today. Now it's a tech that everyone uses, and I just feel lucky, honestly, that we are, so current in our themes, and it's a timely movie, and I'm also happy it doesn't come out next year because it
might be outdated
a year or two, But I think that's also part of the Tron, universe, is to show that little glimpse into tomorrow somehow.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to meet Ares.
For you, Jared, building Ares as a robot with feelings, I mean, it calls for a subtle performance and a body language that had to be very specific, not too stiff, not too emotional, just the right recipe.
Yeah, and that was actually surprisingly difficult. I thought that I would do a much better job being stiff and unemotional. I've been practicing my whole life, but yeah, I found it really challenging. I'm historically used to playing pretty colorful characters, and I feel like that's a bit of a sweet spot for me, like stoic and minimal. Maybe isn't something I've practiced that much. But I thought it was important to really, to commit to that. And I tried my best to trust the simple truths and to trust Joachim and the cameras to capture what subtleties there were, and to that hopefully those things would be impactful, presented the right way, and hopefully they are. And as we started to become more alive in some ways, that there be heart and humor that we could add to the role.
I never had a choice, connection. I never had a chance to catch my breath. Give me something to believe in.
And for you, Joachim, was it a little bit the same in the sense that, the visual effects are, of course, part of the storytelling, but the huge sets were very important as well to set the tone for the Tron world. How's the balance between the two?
Yeah, I think that's what Tron is. You know, it's a story that has to function on many levels with sound and music, the visuals, the characters. You know, so it was daunting going into that and earning the right to create this next chapter in the saga. And I also knew that I had the best people around me with, you know, Jared and the ensemble in front of the camera and
the music.
Yeah, and Nine Inch Nails and Industrial Light and Magic making, you know, there's so many factors that made this journey so fascinating in many ways for me.
Thank you. My time is up already, but there's too much to look.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Arabiya English with me, Micheál Prendergast. I'm here with the UFC CEO Dana White for a special interview to speak about some of the biggest stories shaping the future of MMA, from heavyweight showdowns and Saudi expansion to a historic White House event, Conor McGregor's return, and the future of streaming. Thanks so much for your time, Dana. I'd like to start with Aspinall versus Game. How important is this for the heavyweight division?
Yeah, this fight's a big deal, not just for the division, but for both guys on Saturday. Obviously, if Aspinall lives up to what he's, you know, expected to be, he should go in there and make quick work of Ciryl Gane this weekend. Ciryl Gane looked like he was going to be the guy up until, you know, the John Jones fight. And, you know, Saturday night's big for him. If he can go in and beat Tom Aspinall, you know, and the guy's light on his feet. He got great hands, moves like a middleweight, goes to the ground. He's got a great ground game. It's a big fight for both these guys on Saturday, not just the division.
You're going to be in Saudi Arabia next week for Power Slap. Also, the growth of Zuffa boxing through His Excellency, one of your close friends, Turki Al-Sheikh. How influential has he been in the world of boxing?
No, you know, I saw Power Slap and I thought that it could do well if it was presented right. And the live event is incredible. If you go to the live event, you immediately become a fan. And then as far as Turki Al-Sheikh with the Zuffa boxing, it wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for him. I probably would not have gotten into boxing if it wasn't for Sheikh Turki.
And he's a close friend of yours now. What is it in particular that he's adding into the equation? Of course, they're investing a lot of money, but it's more than that, isn't it?
Yeah, listen, in boxing, it's all about the money. The big fights that you want to see don't happen unless, you know, it took Saudi money to make those fights happen. And, you know, I think that he has reinvigorated and kickstarted the sport of boxing. So enough to get me interested again. So, yeah, what he's done is pretty incredible.
You've called the White House UFC event the greatest card in fight history. President Trump has obviously played an enormous role in this. What has been your opinion of his influence in proceedings?
He was the inspiration, all of it. He's the one that asked me, you know, I think we should do a fight at the White House. And I said, I'm in. Say when. So, yeah, it was his idea. You know, he's got this big thing about the White House belonging to the people, and he wants to bring more events and more people to come and experience not just Washington, D.C., but the White House.
An octagon on the White House lawn? This surely provides an unprecedented security problem, especially after those assassination attempts. How is the UFC dealing with this?
It's a big issue, but you know, that's going to be Secret Service, and you know, there'll be less than 5,000 people there, and we don't even know how we're going to do ticketing yet. But the Ellipse across the street, there'll be, you know, we can have 85,000 people over there. We'll do screens and a big stage. We're going to basically roll in and take over Washington, D.C. that week. The UFC will.
Conor McGregor has announced on Fox that he's going to be fighting on the card. He's going to be fighting Michael Chandler. What do you think of that?
That's not true. We haven't made one fight yet. Not one fight has been made.
A bit of speculation from Mystic Mac.
Yes, he's speculating. Yes, he wants that fight very badly. I don't think there's any secret about that. He and I actually talked today, and he seems like he's in a good place mentally, emotionally, and now he's got to physically get ready if he wants to fight on that card.
Marvin Hagler, he famously said, it's hard to keep the hunger. It's hard to get up at 5 a.m. and go running when you're sleeping in silk sheets. Yeah. Is that the case for Conor McGregor now?
And on yachts. Yachts make it tough too. But yes, if we can get the motivated, fired up Conor McGregor, from the past back, then maybe he'll be headlining the White House.
You've got a long-standing friendship with President Trump. After the first assassination attempt, he called you. You were on holiday in Italy. You flew back and you gave the opening speech at his next rally. This is surely a testament to your friendship.
Yeah, it was. It's always an honor. I love the guy, and when he calls, whatever he needs. I love the guy. He's been a great friend to me for a long time, and yeah.
During your speech at Trump's rally, you said Trump is a real American badass. How do you describe his Democratic opponent, Kamala Harris?
I don't think I want to go there, but listen. Let's just say the right person won the election.
In this White House event, John Jones has stated he would like to be back in the running, or is the timeline too tight?
I don't know. We'll see. John retired and he wants to fight at the White House. The likelihood of him fighting in the White House is, I don't know. I don't see it happening.
We just spoke earlier about mentality and hard work as well. There's often a huge plethora of videos online now, often of you and Joe Rogan, Jordan Peterson, often advising young children about work ethic. How important is it today with a softer generation, let's say, to encourage people to work hard, to go above and beyond, to try and succeed?
I don't know. I don't think that... it's everything. If you have work ethic, if you have anything that you want to accomplish in life, any goals you've ever set for yourself, any dreams that you have, the only way to get there is by hard work. You have to work hard. You have to, lots of bad things happen every day that you have to power through. I don't ever try to come off like I'm trying to be some motivational speaker or anything like that. Most of that stuff is cut up from long-form interviews that I do. But there's no secret that I think that this younger generation is soft. And I also think that right now, with technology and all the things that are going on, there's never been more opportunity for young people than there is right now. So I say it all the time, if you got this much of it in you, it's all out there for the taking. Everybody, these kids have opportunities these days that my generation never had. Go get it.
Just to finish, Dana, the $7.7 billion Paramount deal is going to change the face of not only UFC, but sports watching. Everything is moving to streaming. How excited are you for this?
Very. And I think what makes me even more excited is how excited they are for this. So we've gotten the teams together a few times now, and the Paramount CBS people are so excited about being in business with us. It makes us even more excited being in business with them.
Dana White, thanks so much for your time.
Thanks for having me. Pleasure.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate
a ceasefire. With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello, and thank you very much indeed for joining us for this special interview on the sidelines of the IISS Manama dialogue here in the Bahraini capital. Well, I'm joined now by Dr. Konstantinos Kombos, who is the Cypriot Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to Al Arabiya English.
Thank you very much.
You gave an address at this summit in which you focused on the threat posed by Russia, Iran, and the Houthis. What was your call to action?
The point I was making was that we're facing, in general, a threat because of the situation in the Red Sea. This is affecting maritime navigation, it's affecting economies, and at the same time, there is not the same kind of horizontal or level playing field in the sense that the impact is not shared in the same way. One has to look at the insurance premiums. It's obvious that there is some preferential treatment taking place. So my call for action was basically we need a strategy. We need to raise the issue that this is important and affecting our interests collectively. And right now, I don't believe we have a coherent strategies to the military, the political, the financial, all the various aspects that could make up for a comprehensive strategy.
Yemen is not exactly next to Cyprus. It's about 2,000 kilometers away from your country. So why are the Houthis and their activities such a focus for you, and why were they such a focus of your address?
If we take as a yardstick the geographical proximity, Yemen is closer to us in terms of distance than Brussels. But more important than that is the fact that we have a very strong shipping sector, 11th largest commercial fleet in the world, third in terms of ship management in the world, around 20% of the ship management that takes place is through Cyprus. So we are very much affected like everyone else. The problem we have is not with any specific kind of factor, is with the fact that maritime navigation has been affected. And this is something that we cannot take lightly. We need to take the necessary course of action to make sure that our interests are protected and try and find the best possible way of doing it. At the moment, I don't think we have calibrated our approach, taking into account the positions of the regional actors, the regional players that are very much affected directly by this. So we need to come together and have the conversation, at least have the conversation and start from that.
Cyprus is less than 1,000 kilometers away from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And as you're speaking to Al Arabiya English, I just wondered if you could tell us, how would you characterize the relationship between Cyprus and Riyadh?
I believe we have a very strong relation. Just recently in New York in September during the General Assembly High-Level Week, we signed a general cooperation agreement, which is something that's very important in institutional terms for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We are having regular contacts with my counterpart and at various other levels. The whole point is for us, we need to accelerate and deepen rather the relation. There is plenty of opportunity for both sides. Cyprus is the bridge, if you like, between Europe and the Middle East and the Gulf. There are many interesting projects and potential in terms of the future direction. The region is not just about crisis, it's about opportunities. And there are connectivity projects, energy projects, various opportunities for investment and for collaborating. So we're extending this thought process towards our Saudi friends, and we're continuing the intense dialogue we already have to try and make this yield tangible results and outcomes for both our peoples.
Another relationship I'd like to ask you about is the fact that Cyprus recognized the state of Palestine a very long time ago, in 1988. You also have close ties with Israel. And I'm wondering, how does Cyprus lever those unique relationships to try to ease the tensions?
We have excellent relations both with all the Arab countries and with Israel. And this, we believe, puts us in a rather unique position in terms of also being a member state of the European Union. So these are not relations that have been formed or cultivated in the last 2 or 3 years. These are relations that have been growing for a number of years. They are built on trust, of course on mutual interest and honesty. And we have been consistent in our approach and we're predictable in our approach. So this enables us to sometimes be more frank and open when we talk to our counterparts, to our friends from the region and say, what do you think is right, wrong in our personal opinion. So we're trying to be a facilitator. We're trying to be a country that is friendly to everyone in the region, simply because we believe that we cannot change geography and we have no other option than to work together. The potential is so much, it's there, and we need to take the maximum use out of it.
The US President Donald Trump has been extremely active in trying to broker peace between the two sides. He had his 20-point plan. I gather your president had 6 points of his own. What has been Cyprus's involvement in this particular aspect of the peace process?
Let me first start by saying that the plan by President Trump has basically been something that is giving hope to the region. It's a remarkable achievement. We need to make sure now it's been fully implemented. My president's positioning in relation to this was how we can move into the implementation phase. And in relation to the 20 points, in relation to 6 of those points, we believe that Cyprus can have its own small contribution. We're not pretending that we're going to solve or apply or implement the whole plan, and no one can do it on its own, but we believe you need to have synergies. And there are sectors like reconstruction in terms of security. There are sectors, parts of the plan that we could be relevant because of geography, because of the excellent relations that you mentioned earlier with all the stakeholders. So we're trying to build up on what we have already been doing in terms of the humanitarian front through the maritime humanitarian corridor that we have been using for a long time now. Around 30,000 tons of aid have reached Gaza through Cyprus. So we're continuing on that basis, and we're also trying to leverage whatever we can in terms of the relation we have with Israel and the other regional partners to make sure that we can contribute to the implementation of the plan to a limited way and subject, of course, to the situation as being developing on the ground.
While we're talking about Israel, there have been numerous reports in the newspapers, including an expose run by Haaretz newspaper, an Israeli newspaper, shining a light on what it described as Israel's attempt to create a so-called backyard in Cyprus. They're talking about the Israeli buying of land parcels, property, and so on. Are you concerned that your country's neutrality could be affected by these developments?
Cyprus neutrality is well established. It's part of our very careful balancing between the various conflicting, in some cases, parties. Yes, there is a strong relation with Israel, like there is with Egypt, with Jordan, with Saudi Arabia, with every country in the Gulf. So we are one of the very few countries in the European Union that has diplomatic missions in all the countries in the Gulf. So it's not like it's a pick of choose situation. Yes, there is Israeli presence, like there is presence from many other countries. It's about attracting investment. It's about being a center for the provision of services and a center for a popular destination for tourism. So part of it is also misinformation campaigns. We have heard in the past from various proxies that have targeted Cyprus, trying to create their own narrative in relation to the island. But I believe that, like every country, we have the right to define ourselves and how we position ourselves. And I don't think it's in anyone's right or privilege, if you like, to have the capacity to paint us in any color they want. We are having our own approach, our own foreign policy for the best interest of the Republic of Cyprus primarily, then the European Union and our region as the closest partner to that region from the European continent.
And just lastly, Dr. Gomos, Cyprus is going to take over the presidency of the EU in January. One of your priorities, I know, is migration. Just tell us, what do you think overall Cyprus is going to bring to the table?
Cyprus is going to try and bring to the table the excitement and the enthusiasm of a small state that has a presidency. For us, it's a huge challenge, and we're going to try and work the maximum of our capacity to come through as an honest broker. We also want to make sure that the focus turns to other issues, not only on Ukraine, which will remain the top priority, of course, for us, but to this region as well. And the region not just as a crisis hotspot, but also as a land of opportunity. Maritime security, very important for us. Migration, very important for us. We're trying to put on the agenda issues that are perhaps being neglected because of everything else that is happening around the world. So let me clarify, this is going to be a presidency that is very much focused on the priorities of the European Union per se. We have the MFF, which is basically setting up the financial situation in Europe for the next few years. We have to negotiate that. Ukraine, how we can ensure the resilience and the support, our support towards Ukraine. And then we also have the shifting or the sharing of the focus also in relation to this part of the world.
We wish you and Cyprus all the best with taking up that EU presidency. Thank you very much indeed for your time, Dr. Konstantinos Kombos, Cypriot Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
And thanks to you for watching this special edition here on Al Arabiya English.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Thank you for watching this special episode of Counterpoints on Al Arabiya English. I'm Melinda Nucifora. Well, it was at this very summit, the Manama dialogue in Bahrain, that news broke last year that Bashar al-Assad had been ousted from power in Syria. So it is my great pleasure to be able to welcome Dr. Najib Ghadban here to our conversation, the Director for the Centre of Strategic Studies within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Syria. Dr. Ghadban, thanks so much for being here on Counterpoints.
Thank you for having me.
More than a decade ago, in about 2013, you left your role as a university professor and you took up a position as a major Syrian opposition figure, taking up the role of Syria's opposition coalition representative to the United States. 12 years on, you are now operating within a transitional government in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Describe what that feels like.
It's overwhelming. For so many years, many of us have been in the opposition to the Assad regime. Some of us, actually, myself included, even before the 2011. We always felt that the Syrian regime was an anomaly. It's focused on creating a state of fear in Syria, and the world watched what unfolded with the collapse of the regime. This is something we always knew that. But honestly, December 8 was a bit of surprise to some of us because we reached a point where we felt that there was a kind of a dead end, with the Syria. The complexity of the Syria conflict having a local, regional, international level made some of us really almost believe this is not going to happen soon. So it was an overwhelming, sense of, satisfaction, euphoria, if you will. But again, some of us would even believe there was like a divine intervention in what happened on that night.
Countries are slowly starting to re-establish their diplomatic relationships with the new transitional government. How hard is it to rehabilitate Syria's reputation on the world stage? And what do you think the main challenges are to greater diplomatic recognition?
Actually, assuming normal relations with the rest of the world hasn't been that difficult. For once, the Assad regime, was a source of instability to its neighbors. Just look at the last 2 years. It's been nicknamed as a narco state. He was exporting Captagon to the neighbors, exporting trouble, exporting weapons to groups like Hezbollah and so on and so forth. So when the change happened, I think most countries realized that this is a great opportunity to really rehabilitate the whole country, first into its Arab, kind of really normal place. Second, that this country, which has been a source of instability to the rest of the world, can be the opposite. But the challenges are, really great, some of which have to do with the legacy left by the regime. Having a huge refugees problems around the world, lacking resources. The current government inherited a destroyed country, literally. 75% of the infrastructure is destroyed, 90% of the people under poverty. So to come back to not only the world stage, which actually a lot of people say we've made a good progress toward that, but to lift the country out of those levels of misery is going to take some time.
And with that, there is also so much scrutiny on the transitional government. We had elections recently, praised in some quarters, criticised in others for not having enough ethnic diversity, not having enough women represented, and we still see bouts of sectarian violence and ethnic violence across the country. How does the government address that sort of criticism?
I think by first acknowledging those are real challenges. Those are real issues that we have to address. Any country that went through the post-conflict reconstruction, faced similar challenges. And there is a great deal of, political will to address all of them. For instance, the elections could have not happened. We could have not had like a normal elections when half of your population are displaced, when you don't have registry of so many people and addresses. So I think the choice was to do like the semi-election, to have a electoral college, if you will, and from which you select people. I think that we will hopefully see that the appointment by the president is going to address some of the lack of representation but there is no intention to exclude anyone, any community. And it was unfortunate, there were the event in the coast and finally in Suwaida. The Suwaida events had something to do with a troubling neighboring country called Israel. So that was difficult to really do, but definitely we want national solutions to these problems. We want to address all of these communities. I would say legitimate demands to be included and to have equal citizenship for all.
The major Saudi Arabian firms are looking to invest billions of dollars in Syria as part of the country's rebuilding efforts. You mentioned there how much of the country has been destroyed. How vital is investment like that from a country like Saudi Arabia?
Extremely, extremely vital. Number one, we need to mention that Saudi Arabia was one of the first, forthcoming countries to really recognize the new government and to show willingness to support it. Let's not forget the Crown Prince invitation of Mr. Al-Shara to meet with President Trump, which, led to...
Did that come as a shock?
Not as a shock for some of us who have been following the development, but definitely it was in the minds of so many as important as the liberation itself, because it saved us time and energy and money to be able just to lobby for the suspension of those sanctions. Of course, we hope now they would be lifted totally with an act of Congress. So I think, prior to this willingness to invest in Syria, there was this political support, which is extremely, extremely important. It provided the country with the opportunity again to be received by other countries because of the credibility of Saudi Arabia. And so now I think everybody is waiting for those promises, those understandings, those meetings. And our president was in Saudi 2 days ago, where he met with, at the greatest investment conference in Riyadh. So there's a lot of, again, will, but I think a lot of people are waiting for that to be translated, to be, trickle down into people's lives, to see improvement in the standard of living. So, things I think would really bring about the real change that Syrians are hoping for.
You mentioned that meeting in Riyadh because when he was visiting, President Shara said that the transitional government is choosing the path of reconstruction through investment rather than rebuilding Syria through aid and assistance. Surely there is a lot of challenges still in place to attracting that sort of foreign investment. How do you tackle that?
I think we are studying, the government is studying all of those, obstacles. So first of all, I think finally having a legislature will be able to pass laws to protect investment, which is extremely important. I think strengthening stability and security in the country is a second requirement for investment. I think that the effort, the kind of reach out to everyone and to highlight that we are thinking truly in terms of what Syria needs in investment, not aid. That's what we're looking for, and believing in the human resources that Syria always had. It's the ability of Syrians, the resilience of Syrians to rebuild their countries. So, and of course, Syria has other, resources that would really be attractive for anyone. Of course, priorities are giving, to those countries that supported Syria always. So it's a great, really opportunity for everyone.
You alluded to this. President Trump has said that he would lift sanctions on Syria, but that repeal requires an act of US congressional support. How confident is the current transitional government that will happen, and in a timely manner?
We are hopeful. First, one actually version of it already passed the Senate. So we are kind of following how it's going to be in the House. And we are, again, positive that it would pass. And once it's passed, I think the president will sign it, and then that would do it. I think the significance of this, because the Caesar Act is so comprehensive and imposes sanctions not only on the previous regimes, but any country that would do business with Syria. So it's becoming like the last symbol of that's needed to be lifted in order to really attract that investment, which so badly needed.
Is there a hope it will happen by the end of the year?
That's what we're hoping for.
All right, watch this space. Huh?
Okay.
In her opening address at the Manama Dialogue, we heard from the US Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, who said that the Trump administration continues to be focused on expanding the Abraham Accords, as it's being referred to by the administration. Is that on the horizon for Syria?
I think what's on the horizon for Syria is to revive the 1974 arrangements between the two countries. So what we're looking for is support, actually, to end the Israeli continued aggression inside Syria, which is totally unwarranted, totally uncalled for, totally not rational. So Israel has carried out many strikes against Syria, had made incursions into the territories of the demilitarized zone and even beyond. So what we're really interested in is, again, some kind of a security arrangement in the short term. And if that were to create some kind of a confidence-building measures, then we would look for the future. Ultimately, we have occupied territories called the Golan Heights. And if Israel is really interested in a long-term peace, which we are, we have to address that question. And I think we have a framework going back to the Arab Peace Initiative presented by Saudi Arabia, which could address not only that, but really the whole Arab-Israeli conflict.
It's going to be an interesting one. Dr. Najim Ghadban, I really appreciate your time here on Counterpoints. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Pleasure. Hello, and thank you for joining us for this special episode of Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora, here from the sidelines of the Manama dialogue in Bahrain. We have the pleasure of being joined by the chairman of NATO's military committee, Admiral Giuseppe Cavo-Dragoni. Thank you for joining us here on Counterpoints on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you.
There is so much to discuss. I mean, this is a regional security gathering, but it has implications on such a broader scale outside of the region. So let's begin on a broad question. You have said that Russia, China, Iran and North Korea pose an unprecedented challenge to everyone in the West. Given the heightened global tensions and things that have been discussed here over the past couple of days, do you assess that as a future threat or a very real and present threat?
No, they are, I mean, as a matter of fact, from what we see and we witness, they are a present threat and will keep on being that way because, I mean, they are really interacting, they are supporting each other. I mean, we have the example of a war in Ukraine. That was a war of aggression. There was an aggressor and a defender, and they are just supporting Russia in a different way, but the links are deep. They are interacting, I mean, frequently, and of course, probably Russia would not be able to do whatever it is doing right now without China first, but also Iran and North Korea support. So it's a present danger that we need to watch carefully.
To NATO's mind, what does victory look like for Ukraine? Is it a freezing of these current front lines and negotiating a lasting peace, or is it Ukraine regaining its sovereign territory?
NATO is for sovereign territory and for integrity. It's just international law that dictate that no border change must be achieved with violence. So that means something for us, and it stand clearly for us. First thing, stop shooting. First thing, stop killing. And then territorial issue, I think they should be handled by the two parts. And we will support Ukraine in achieving a long-lasting just peace and in reconstruction, which will be challenging too. And NATO will be side by side. But as far as territorial, I think that they must be dealt by the two contendants.
Mm-hmm. We've heard President Trump announce a troop drawback from the eastern parts of the European flank. How much of a blow is that to NATO?
I mean, if this will happen, we consider that, and that would happen in coordination with the alliance, of course. We are a mature alliance, so I'm positive that if one of the stakeholders, even if the biggest one, is redirecting his energies, his attention somewhere else, which is important for us too, because if one ally is able to intercept any kind of crisis further away from our area of responsibility, it's even better for us. So if this happens, I mean, the alliance is a mature, strong alliance, and the other 31 will just reshuffle the responsibility, the position and the strength to fill the gap, and I think, and I'm positive that we will face it naturally.
But there is no doubt that the US is the strongest member of the alliance militarily. If they do pull back, if there is a sign that perhaps they aren't as committed to the alliance as they were, can NATO really fill those gaps?
I think so. It will be not a massive drawback. It will be something that, as I told you, will be coordinated within the alliance. It will be smooth, and the alliance will face it and will be able to fill the gap.
On a symbolic level, is there a concern amongst NATO leadership that it sends the wrong message to NATO adversaries?
No, I don't think so. I mean, NATO will show that it is a strong alliance, being able also to be flexible. Let's say it this way: it's flexibility, resilience will be part of this phenomenon, and we will show to the world that we will be able to face it.
Do you think President Trump was correct in calling for and pushing so vehemently for this increase in defence spending amongst NATO partners? And how do you think that increased defence budget needs to be spent?
I think he's right. Probably we need to rebalance, spending responsibility. Telling that the European states, the European nation of the alliance should be more in charge of our own space defense. It's right. And that something that meant an increase in spending. We will reach 3.5 plus 1.5 within the 2035. How? There are priorities, and also just consider that our planning is a change, is a living phenomenon that we have to adapt on what is the situation, what is the threat, how the threat evolves. But I would say that there are some top list issues like air defense, cyber, resilience generally speaking, also mobility, and also enabling what is the operational effort of the alliance. These items, these issues, I think would come first.
We've already seen drone incursions into sovereign airspace across parts of Europe, NATO allies. Is 2035 too late?
No, it will be a process, a phenomenon that will grow with and will change within time. Now we face some events that are.
Is that concerning?
It's not concerning because this happened before. Now we are talking a lot about that because of the situation. But no, airspace violation has been pretty frequent on the north. We have been facing that, escorting the intruders out. Not necessary to shut them down if they are not meaning a direct threat to population and installation, infrastructure and on. So this is something that we have been facing and dealing with from a long time. This latest event was drone massive number and on and on. We react with an activity which is an Eastern century, reinforcing our air defense system all along the eastern flank, and we will achieve that within months because there is a lot of stuff you can buy around. So that's something that we will achieve soon. And then we will adapt to the evolving threat. And again, we will be setting up our defenses compared to what will be the evolving threat. But I can tell you that NATO is perfectly ready to face this kind of threat.
I'm conscious of your precious time, so allow me just to ask a couple of final questions. The Arctic, is that NATO's new frontier?
It is. The Arctic is a new frontier. The southern is a new frontier. We are now concentrating on east and southeast, of course, but a lot of things will happen in the Arctic. They are already happening. We have an increasing presence of Russia. Russia is building infrastructure in the Kola Peninsula. Russia submarines and Russia ISR aircraft and bomber are flying over the Arctic. Chinese are proposing them as a strong ally with Russia. So Russia is putting there the geography and the hardware, and China is just their aim to become a near Arctic country. So we are expecting that.
Is it a militarized zone now? Do you expect it to be?
I'm expecting, and that's something of the part of the mission of the NATO, try not to militarize the Arctic. Arctic has been also a place where there has been exchange and on and on. We would like to keep it that way.
And just finally, I know earlier this year NATO and Jordan signed their first agreement for a Middle East liaison office to be stationed in Jordan. Is that a sign that NATO anticipates a greater role in the region or greater cooperation with the region?
NATO now is pointing a lot with partnership. Let me tell you something. Partnership is as important as alliances. I mean, our allies are as important as our partner, and we want to increase this. This area is very important for us. Whatever is happening here have reverberation in our area and vice versa, of course. So how important our partners is now really on a top agenda of NATO. The reason why I'm here, I've been in Emirates, and I will be in Saudi in January, because really we care and we think that the winning posture, the winning attitude is just get strong partnership and have all the like-minded nation just sharing with us values, principle, and on. And that's the reason why we are here, and I will be there soon.
How do you assess NATO's relationship with Saudi Arabia?
It is very strong. It is successful, but we really want to increase that and to make it stronger and stronger.
We look forward to hearing how the January meeting goes. Perhaps we will cross paths with you there. Admiral, it's a pleasure to have you here on Counterpoints on Al Arabiya English. Thank you for your precious time.
Thank you.
Much appreciated.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to this special interview with Lord Roderick Balfour, the great-nephew of
the former British Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour. Lord Roderick, thank you for your time and for this interview. I'd like to first start by asking you about your family legacy and the history of the name of the family of Balfour. Being a descendant of former Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour, how do you think that carrying the name shaped your own perception and understanding of the declaration and the impact, given its significance and to the whole world, I would say?
Good. Well, listen, thanks for your interest. The Balfour Declaration, you may have read before, hung on the back of the lavatory door in our house in France. Nobody ever talked about it. It was just not a feature through the 50s and the 60s and the 70s when I was growing up. Although I say the 70s, by then it was a bit, because the first time I came across it seriously was during the Six-Day War in June 1967, when I worked for the New York Herald Tribune in Paris. And unlike today, you'd be amazed, all of the Champs-Élysées and all the area around was completely pro-Israeli, bizarrely. That wouldn't be the same today at all. And then I really, when it first sort of mattered and people wanted to talk about it, I would say was really around the centenary, so really quite recently.
And I wanted to ask, looking back 100 years ago, do you think that the UK government and your great uncle have foreseen the long-term consequences of this declaration?
Do you think that President Trump and everybody else can see the long-term consequences of what they're proposing today in 100 years' time? I mean, nobody can. And I think it's very important to stress, I mean, a lot of people who talk about this talk as though it was a problem 100 years ago. It wasn't. I mean, there were only 700,000 people in the whole of Greater Palestine and Cisjordania and I think the south of Syria. 700,000. There are now, 12, 13 million people inhabiting a smaller area. We hadn't had the Holocaust, which made a huge difference. And no, I mean, Arthur Balfour and the rest of the cabinet. And I mean, I think it's important to stress that this document was not typed out by his secretary dictating to him over breakfast. I mean, this was, he was the foreign secretary, and somebody else might have been the foreign secretary. In fact, somebody else did say somebody else should be writing it, I think. But anyway, it ended up with his name on it as the foreign secretary.
And before moving to, I will ask you a bit more about the declaration itself, but before moving to that part of the conversation, I have a question about how you talk about the Balfour Declaration in your own family. Is it usually a source of pride, or is it usually a source of controversy?
I think in its original form, and for the reasons it was written, I think that there is pride. But I mean, I think we very much see Arthur as having done it as the foreign secretary. Admittedly, he was, particularly through my great aunt, a great friend of Chaim Weizmann and Theodor Herzl and people. And he was, he was a great philosopher and he was a great humanitarian. And so obviously he was very influential within the cabinet and as the foreign secretary, because you had, what goes around comes around. You had the Tsar expelling all the Jews from Russia who ended up here and in America, not being able to speak English, with their strange habits and everything else. And that preyed on people to say, and they wanted to, go to the land of their forefathers, to the land of Moses. And that meant Palestine. So it was very much a humanitarian gesture, but I mean, it's not as definite in here as a lot of people would like to think it is.
And moving on to the declaration itself, and I think this is a question on everyone's mind in the Middle East, as you may know. Why do you think that it was a promise to one group of people, a homeland for one group of people, but did not promise the same for another group of people who were inhabitants of the land at the time?
Well, because the Palestinians, if you like, for want of a better word, were not under persecution. Nobody was chasing them. Everybody was, you know, I don't wish to demean them, but I mean, I think when I read about the history, it was basically an agrarian economy with sheep and goat herds, nothing, no sophistication, very few people, as I say, you know, and therefore I think they thought if a few Jews wanted to go and live there peaceably, you know, all the Abrahamic faiths, you know, Muslim, Christian and Jew, why would there be a problem? So, you know, there was no sort of contentious arguments over the breakfast table about how can you do this? You know, everybody was coexisting peaceably. But you know, a lot of it obviously has to do with the Holocaust, population explosion, that there isn't room for everybody.
Do you think the declaration, now looking at it, fulfilled some of its goals?
When you say its goal, I mean, I have it in my hand because I always want to get it absolutely right. I have much further we have a declaration of sympathy, that's all, with Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by the Cabinet. His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. So there's no, we will support the creation of a state of Israel, as is, you know, under pressure to create for Palestine at the moment. And this is the strong bit. Everything else is what I think in the lawyers call precatory. It's a wish, okay? But the next sentence is the one that gets me into trouble in Israel. It being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. So I leave anybody listening to think what is going on today is not what he or the government of the day would have wished.
But do you think that the UK government has done enough for that clause to protect non-Jewish communities?
That's a very good question. I mean, when you say done enough, I mean, I felt for many years the United Nations, who got involved in the Congo, in Sudan, in all these other places, never really got sufficiently involved in the Holy Land. And I call it the Holy Land for all three religions. And I've never quite understood why not. And particularly as, you know, one has to say it, but Israel has never attacked anybody else. I mean, they've gone off and done these missions in recent times, but they've never wanted to wipe out the Palestinians. I mean, the occupation of the West Bank and these settlements under the very right-wing Israeli factions, you know, is not something. I mean, that goes completely contrary to this, as well as to United Nations resolutions and things like that. So, you know, what could we do, just Britain? I mean, it wasn't a, you know, we came out of it after the mandate finished in 1947-48 and the State of Israel was announced, recognized by the US, recognized by the United Nations. You know, they were a sovereign nation by whatever other means you want to call them. So, you know, it wasn't up to us to say, you are contravening the declaration. I would have liked it if they had, and the United Nations had said, you know, we're going to come in here and sort things out, because it's contrary to the declaration.
I'd like to move to the to UK's historical decision to recognize Palestine last week. And this was an important day for a lot of Palestinians and Arabs in the whole world. Mm-hmm. What do you think of this recognition? And do you think that it was a step taken too late?
No, I don't at all. I think that again, with the United Nations help and everybody else, there should have been a far greater effort to deal with the two-state, the two population problem much, much earlier, whereby there would have been far more democratic regimes in both Gaza and the West Bank. And instead they've just been able to to run riot and do whatever. I mean, the West Bank hasn't had elections for 20 years. Gaza has been ruled by Hamas. I mean, are these, in their present condition, are these really suitable entities for us to recognise as a state? I'm not sure. But I mean, it's symbolic. It shows that we are in favour of the two-state solution, but there's got to be a lot more before it actually means anything.
And do you still believe in a two-state solution? Do you think that with today's circumstances that it's still a viable solution?
Well, clearly the Israelis don't think so. And I don't think Hamas thinks so, because Hamas want to get rid of Israel, and Israel doesn't trust any of the Arab countries while they're run as, the Palestinian enclaves, until they have a reassurance that they're not going to be populated by people who swear death to Israel from the river to the sea. So you've got these two blocks who are implacably opposed to each other. And I suppose that's what, love him or hate him, but, President Trump is actually somebody who at last is not just muttering warm words, but actually getting on and doing something, and I think has realised, and obviously done a lot of talking around the Middle East and with other Islamic countries, who, you will know yourself because you're from there. I understand none of the countries want to have an unstable world there, which is rife with terrorism and murder and everything else. I mean, I think, excuse me, especially Saudi, I believe, very, very keen to have peace. And of course, we were talking earlier about Abu Dhabi, and I mean, these are now commerce that's taken over from the theocracy element, which I think ruled a lot of the sort of views of Islamic countries before. And now they're major economic powers. They don't want to see war and terrorism on their doorstep. So I think that's why they're, as I understand it, giving their full support to this effort, the Trump effort.
But moving to today's reality, do you have any reservations about Israel's act of violence? Do you think, what is your view on what Israel is committing against the Palestinians today?
I think you've got to take that in two halves. I think the West Bank is something that really has got to be stamped on. That is so contrary to the declaration and against the United Resolutions things which we were talking about. But Gaza, how has Hamas allowed this to happen and not said, listen, please don't bomb all our houses and think we will surrender the hostages? I mean, one feels, and this is evidently what everybody else feels through the Trump proposal, that Hamas, I mean, he said it, Hamas has got to be neutralized because they're the destabilizing force. But I think the West Bank and Gaza are, but I'm no lawyer, I'm not a professional historian, so these are just my personal opinions, but you've got to separate the West Bank problem from the Gaza problem.
And how's your relationship with the Palestinians and the Israelis, if you have any?
Well, I've not really come across too many Palestinians per se who live in Palestine, but I have come across a lot of the Arabs who live and work in Israel. And of course they don't like it either, because they've peacefully coexisted in Israel, done a lot of business with they're integral part of the business landscape.
And I just want to ask two more questions. One of them is, when you reflect back at the declaration, for you personally, do you feel that it's a source of responsibility? Do you feel it's a burden that you carry the Balfour name and you do these interviews? And
that's interesting. I mean, I suppose that really why I accept sort of the invitation to do these interviews is it gives me an opportunity to defend the declaration and point out what it actually says. I've read up quite a lot of opinions on the declaration, and one of the things I find, which I think are provocative to the Palestinian side, is all sorts of people have read this and said, oh, this is definitely an official document. This is, we will create the Israeli state. And it doesn't say that, but it's been seized on by sort of the more, I suppose you'd call them extreme or right-wing in this day and age, elements who want to say that this has a force of law. As I say, I'm no lawyer, but when I read it as it says, and I'm not trying to interpret it like a scholar.
I have one last question, just because a lot of people did take this as an official document.
Well, it's official in the sense that it came out of the British government and was expressed a wish with a particular reservation. Yep, official.
But then what do you say to the millions of Palestinians? Some of them are still refugees in some countries. What do you tell them now that this declaration and the name of Balfour was so central to the path that they had in life, or they took in life after what happened in 1917 and 1948 and everything afterwards?
I think I've never understood why the Palestinians and the Jews did not all just get on and build the fabulous economy together. It's been so one-sided, and I never understood why the Palestinian side was not keeping up with the Jewish side.
Maybe because a lot of them were expelled out of their homes.
Arab Israelis who very happily coexist. I mean, why after the Intifada in 2014, was it, did Hamas decide to destroy all the greenhouses, you know, that had been left by the Israelis to help grow food for the Palestinians? As I understand it, Hamas didn't want their population to be happy. They wanted them to be constantly fed an anti-Israel mantra. Not good for peace.
Thank you, Lord Roderick, for granting us this interview and for your time. Thank you for watching. This was an interview with Lord Roderick Balfour, the great-nephew of former British Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour. Thank you for watching.
Hello and welcome to Arabiya English with me, Micheál Prendergast. I'm here with the UFC CEO Dana White for a special interview to speak about some of the biggest stories shaping the future of MMA, from heavyweight showdowns and Saudi expansion to a historic White House event, Conor McGregor's return, and the future of streaming. Thanks so much for your time, Dana. I'd like to start with Aspinall versus Game. How important is this for the heavyweight division?
Yeah, this fight's a big deal, not just for the division, but for both guys on Saturday. Obviously, if Aspinall lives up to what he's, expected to be, he should go in there and make quick work of Ciryl Gane this weekend. Ciryl Gane looked like he was going to be the guy up until, the John Jones fight. And, Saturday night's big for him. If he can go in and beat Tom Aspinall, and the guy's light on his feet. He got great hands, moves like a middleweight, goes to the ground. He's got a great ground game. It's a big fight for both these guys on Saturday, not just the division.
You're going to be in Saudi Arabia next week for Power Slap. Also, the growth of Zuffa boxing through His Excellency, one of your close friends, Turki Al-Sheikh. How influential has he been in the world of boxing?
No, I saw Power Slap and I thought that it could do well if it was presented right. And the live event is incredible. If you go to the live event, you immediately become a fan. And then as far as Turki Al-Sheikh with the Zuffa boxing, it wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for him. I probably would not have gotten into boxing if it wasn't for Sheikh Turki. And
he's a close friend of yours now. What is it in particular that he's adding into the equation. Of course, they're investing a lot of money, but it's more than that, isn't it?
Yeah, listen, in boxing, it's all about the money. The big fights that you want to see don't happen unless, you know, it took Saudi money to make those fights happen. And, you know, I think that he has reinvigorated and kickstarted the sport of boxing. So enough to get me interested again. So, yeah, what he's done is pretty incredible.
You've called the White House UFC event the greatest card in fight history. President Trump has obviously played an enormous role in this. What has been your opinion of his influence in proceedings?
He was the all of it. He's the one that asked me, you know, I think we should do a fight at the White House. And I said, I'm in. Say when. So, yeah, it was his idea. You know, he's got this big thing about the White House belonging to the people, and he wants to bring more events and more people to come and experience not just Washington, D.C., but the White House.
An octagon on the White House lawn? This surely provides an unprecedented security problem, especially after those assassination attempts. How is the UFC dealing with this?
It's a big issue, but you know, that's going to be Secret Service, and you know, there'll be less than 5,000 people there, and we don't even know how we're going to do ticketing yet. But the Ellipse across the street, there'll be, you know, we can have 85,000 people over there. We'll do screens and a big stage. We're going to basically roll in and take over Washington, D.C. that week. The UFC will.
Conor McGregor has announced on Fox that he's going to be fighting on the card. He's going to be fighting Michael Chandler. What do you think of that?
That's not true. We haven't made one fight yet. Not one fight has been made.
A bit of speculation from Mystic Mac.
Yes, he's speculating. Yes, he wants that fight very badly. I don't think there's any secret about that. He and I actually talked today, and you know, he seems like he's in a good place mentally, emotionally, and now he's got to physically get ready if he wants to fight on that card.
Marvin Hagler, he famously said, it's hard to keep the hunger. It's hard to get up at 5 a.m. and go running when you're sleeping in silk sheets. Yeah. Is that the case for Conor McGregor now?
And on yachts. Yachts make it tough too. But yes, if we can get the motivated, fired up Conor McGregor, you know, from the past back, then maybe he'll be headlining the White House.
You've got a long-standing friendship with President Trump. After the first assassination attempt, he called you. You were on holiday in Italy. You flew back and you gave the opening speech at his next rally. This is surely a testament to your friendship.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it's always an honor. I love the guy, and yeah, I mean, when he calls, you know, whatever he needs. I love the guy. He's been a great friend to me for a long time, and yeah.
During your speech at Trump's rally, you said Trump is a real American badass. How do you describe his Democratic opponent, Kamala Harris?
I don't think I want to go there, but yeah, I listen. Let's just say the right person won the election.
In this White House event, John Jones has stated he would like to be back in the running, or is the timeline too tight?
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. John retired and he wants to fight at the White House. The likelihood of him fighting in the White House is, I don't know. I don't see it happening.
We just spoke earlier about mentality and hard work as well. There's often a huge plethora of videos online now, often of you and Joe Rogan, Jordan Peterson, often advising young children about work ethic. How important is it today with a softer generation, let's say, to encourage people to work hard, to go above and beyond, to try and succeed?
I don't know. I don't think that. I mean, it's everything. If you have work ethic, if you have anything that you want to accomplish in life, any goals you've ever set for yourself, any dreams that you have, the only way to get there is by hard work. You have to work hard. You have to, you know, lots of bad things happen every day that you have to power through. I don't ever try to come off like I'm trying to be some motivational speaker or anything like that. Most of that stuff is cut up from long-form interviews that I do. But there's no secret that I think that this younger generation is soft. And I also think that right now, with technology and all the things that are going on, there's never been more opportunity for young people than there is right now. So I say it all the time, if you got this much of it in you, it's all out there for the taking. Everybody, these kids have opportunities these days that my generation never had. Go get it.
Just to finish, Dana, the $7.7 billion Paramount deal is going to change the face of not only UFC, but sports watching. Everything is moving to streaming. How excited are you for this?
Very. And I think what makes me even more excited is how excited they are for this. So we've gotten the teams together a few times now, and the Paramount CBS people are so excited about being in business with us. It makes us even more excited being in business with them.
Dana White, thanks so much for your time.
Thanks for having me. Pleasure.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Zohran Mamdani is elected mayor of New York City, addressing his biggest critic, President Trump, in his victory speech. Meanwhile, Trump blames the government shutdown for the Democrats' success as it enters its 36th day, the longest closure in American history. And shaking up the curriculum, schools in England announced AI and finance lessons to prepare children for the future. Now, Zohran Mamdani is the new mayor of New York City after beating independent Andrew Cuomo and Republican Curtis Sliwa. The 34-year-old becomes the first Muslim mayor and the youngest person over a century to lead the largest city in the United States. President Trump, who has been critical of Mamdani, reacted to the win, writing on Truth Social. And so it begins. But Mamdani addressed Trump directly during his victory speech with the words, "In this moment of political darkness, New York will be the light." Take a listen.
Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. The future is in our hands. My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty. Tonight, you have delivered a mandate for change, a mandate for a new kind of politics, a mandate for a city we can afford, and a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. To every New Yorker, whether you voted for me, for one of my opponents, or felt too disappointed by politics to vote at all, thank you for the opportunity to prove myself worthy of your trust. So, Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by writer and broadcaster Esther Kraku, who's in Florida, and Dr. Eli Al-Hindi, chairperson of the Department of Security and Strategic Studies at the University in the Emirates, with me in the studio. Dr. Eli, let's start with you. Let's turn the volume up, is what Mamdani said. What's your reaction to this win that's been so international? It's grabbed everyone's attention around the world.
Well, definitely the volume needs to be up in the sense that we need to hear, we need to see and understand what happened. I think there was a nice feeling about all that campaign, the way it was ran, the person himself, what he represents in terms of age, in terms of religion, in terms of being an unapologetic socialist, and he calls himself as such, not only a Democrat, but clearly within that branch of the Democrats that are clearly pushing for a strong socialist agenda. All this is to be noticed, all this is to be studied, and we're seeing more and more young people getting more driven by campaigns that speak to them, that speak their language, that use the social media, that goes back to the essence of democracy, of somehow a door-to-door knock, or at least social media posts that reach every single individual in that sense. All this is to be noticed and to be pointed out. Now, on the other side of the coin, I think this socialist rhetoric, in my opinion, it doesn't have a place in today's America, let alone in today's world altogether, and even more so in New York, a city that is the biggest city in the US, a city that has a strong capitalist heritage, a city that is founded on so many values that socialism kind of goes against. And then all these promises that is really, really difficult to deliver on. I think this is going to blow in his face soon enough. I think he will not be able to deliver on all the promises that he said, or that he said he will, in all that sense. This definitely puts us in front of a big question mark. Where is the Democratic Party heading altogether? If only this kind of candidates that are somehow extreme left socialist candidates are the ones who are pulling the people to the voter stands, is this the trend that the Democratic Party is going to take altogether? And will this work on a national size election?
Yeah, exactly. There's so many questions that need to be answered, but undoubtedly his campaign that reached the youth and got them out voting was what got him the job.
Indeed.
But Esther, let's talk a little bit, because New Jersey and Virginia also opted for Democratic governors, and that was last night. Do you think that we're witnessing a political comeback here when we look at the blue states?
One of the reasons why you saw particularly Virginia turn blue in this latest election cycle is because of the government shutdown and the large number of federal employees that actually live in Virginia and New Jersey, and many of whom were obviously incentivized to come out and vote because they've probably been without a salary for the last few weeks. So that was already kind of baked into the cake. We have to remember that a lot of these federal employees were already furloughed. When DOGE was going through its kind of analysis of government spending and basically highlighting some of the most ridiculous things that successive administrations have spent money on, some of which includes sort of transing frogs in the Central African Republic, for example. I mean, something as ridiculous as that. So these are people that have either been unemployed for quite a while or most recently are facing the brunt of the government shutdown. Now, with regards to Mamdani, I don't think it's a similar trend that you're seeing. This is quite a unique microcosm of American political society in that he got out a lot of people, a lot of young voters that weren't even registered Democrats. So if you remember at the start of his campaign last year, he was actually telling a lot of his voter base to go and register as Democrats. So it was kind of this gray space within the demographic landscape for voters where you had mainly young, disillusioned voters that are living in a city like New York that, cannot imagine owning property, that are facing sky-high housing costs, which actually, when polled Americans across the board, housing costs is the number one concern for them. And then you also have this kind of Gen Z really charismatic young mayor. He doesn't have any administrative experience, which actually matters when you're inheriting a city that has a $120 billion budget. But that was inconsequential because many young voters, particularly in New York, feel like the establishment and the status quo has failed them. And so they're willing to take a chance with this man. It's important to remember that there are many parallels that I would personally draw between Mamdani and Sadiq Khan in London, especially because I've just come back from New York and it is a horrible, horrible city. It is filthy. There are many drug-addled and mentally unwell individuals everywhere. The public transportation is filthy and not great. It's extremely expensive. And many of the problems that I'm seeing with London, it looks like it's happening in New York. And I can only imagine they'll be exacerbated under Mamdani's mayoralty. So I don't really see the parallels with what happened in Virginia and New Jersey with Mamdani, but it is something to bear in mind, this kind of grey voter base of young disillusioned voters that are really swinging the polls.
And you know what, Dr. Ellie, there's a good point to be had here because Mamdani has come in and, like Esther said, he has no previous experience at all in any sort of government role. Now he is the mayor of New York and he's promising free buses, he's promising free supermarkets, rent freezes. It all just seems like it's too good to be true.
That's because it is. You know, it says when something looks like too good to be true, it usually is. I think he needs a huge amounts of funds to be able to deliver on these promises, and these are simply not available. And if they are available in New York, it is in the rich people of New York, it's in the businessmen of New York who will not be willing to cooperate with such a rhetoric that is extremely socialist, extremely anti-capitalist. So why would they cooperate with a mayor that is targeting them first and foremost? Without them, I don't think he will be able to deliver on his promises. And then, as Esther is saying, the city is becoming unlivable in a way, and thus we will see, like we saw from California, people leaving. People who are searching for some basic security, people who are looking for, a normal lifestyle, they will start leaving these big cities. And eventually we saw California drop in the number of seats in the House, and I think it could possibly happen with New York altogether, which brings us to the general elections. And I don't believe that these microcosmos, as Esther mentioned them, will necessarily have the same impact or the same reflection on the national vote, because people vote local differently than they vote national.
But Esther, just a quick thought. This was really a grassroots movement, if you want to look at it, in New York from that aspect. And it seems like the young people have a lot of momentum. Is this a nightmare for Donald Trump right now, looking at what's happening in New York? Because we know that when the youth come out, they can almost galvanize and cause the shift like we have seen.
Or is it who gets the independence will win?
Yes, exactly. I think the independence is more of that, which young people are part of. But independents make up a larger proportion of voters here in the US than in most parts of the developed world. It is a concern, obviously, but the bigger concerns is, next year's midterm elections and Trump not making good on his promises, job growth not being as strong as expected, wage growth not being where people expect, inflation coming down, seeing the economy get back and running, and also, giving young people a sense of hope. So housing costs going down in major cities, or at least keeping up with keeping in line with people's wages. These are the more important core things: security, national security, opportunities, those sorts of things. I think the youth in New York have particularly unique gripes that may not necessarily map across the rest of the country, but Trump does have a big task ahead, yes.
Well, thank you so much for your thoughts on that, Dr. Ellie and Esther. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And the US government shutdown has entered its 36th day today, making it the longest closure in American history. It all started on the 1st of October over a new funding deal in Congress, and it's left thousands of federal workers without pay and millions of Americans without essential services. Speaking earlier, President Trump said the shutdown was a big factor in yesterday's elections. Take a listen.
Last night, it was, not expected to be a victory. It was very Democrat areas, but I don't think it was good for Republicans. I don't think it was good. I'm not sure it was good for anybody. But we had an interesting evening, and we learned a lot. If you read the pollsters, the shutdown was a big factor, negative for the Republicans. And that was a big factor. And we must get the government back open soon, and really immediately. We have to get it open. It's time for Republicans to do what they have to do, and that's terminate the filibuster. It's the only way you can do it.
There we go, Esther. Donald Trump talking there exactly about the shutdown. You are, of course, in the United States at the moment. What have you witnessed from the shutdown that's now the longest in history? And we can't forget the last longest one was in Donald Trump's first term.
Yes, exactly. So I think this kind of gridlock has been kind of baked into the cake, certainly for previous administrations, but certainly we were expecting that for Trump's administration, especially with how divided the Republicans and the Democrats are at the moment. Few concessions have been made. I mean, the main gripe over this was obviously subsidies for Medicaid, which need to be renewed in the first week of December. This was obviously going to be a sticking point for the Democrats because the kinds of people that tend to be affected by this are poorer voters in urban areas that actually depend on these sorts of healthcare subsidies, health insurance subsidies. And we've seen a little bit of movement on the Democratic side to try and get that going. But obviously, most people are blaming this latest shutdown on the Republicans. Now, if it goes into next week where air traffic controllers, who are federal employees, will be affected, then you'll likely see, cancellations of flights and real-time carnage that for the last 30 days, many people have been insulated from. We saw the kinds of people that were being furloughed, which Donald Trump actually wanted to fire anyway. So like education, federal education employees and the likes. But now you're tipping into territory of really essential workers like air traffic controllers, which would, I think, really hurt the Republicans' reputation with the public.
And
that being said,
oh, sorry, Esther, I was saying what's really interesting is the last shutdown, I remember covering that, and what actually ended that was the outcry over air traffic controllers not coming to work and the absolute chaos it had at airports.
Definitely.
Exactly. So this is a ticking time bomb, and there has to be some concessions made within the next couple of days, or else people are not going to forget this. And we've already seen federal workers in Virginia basically tipping the polls to the Democrat governor winning yesterday and the latest election. So the Republicans had the cards to begin with, and while many people have yet been insulated from the worst effects of the shutdown, it's going to start happening. It's going to start happening soon, and I think now the pressure is on for the Republicans to really get the gear moving, and I think in some ways that's benefiting the Democrats.
Dr. Ellie, end in sight here. What do you think? Because Donald Trump is sort of pressed the nuclear option today. He's saying the only way we can stop this is to terminate the filibuster, not enter conversations with the Democrats. Yeah. I mean, what's the answer?
Well, I think, first of all, terminating or ending the filibuster is something that is extremely difficult, that both parties have used, that's so integral to the U.S. system and how all the discussions happen. It's part of the tradition, it's part of the politics. So I don't think getting rid of it is really an option that is feasible. On the other hand, we saw the majority leader saying that he thinks that things are getting close to an off-ramp and that it is possible to have a breakthrough in the horizon. This tells us that, as you said, and as Esther was mentioning, now the pressure is flipped. Now the pressure is on the Republicans because they did feel the heat of it in the elections and because they are being blamed as the party who is in power or in government. On the other hand, the Democrats now are somehow empowered, somehow emboldened by the elections results, and I think they will be less willing to negotiate. Although, again, as Esther said, some things they have given up on some significant things. So maybe a deal is more feasible, but let's see of how much are they willing to actually push it through that last mile, which could be as difficult as all the negotiations before. It could continue long, but again, when things start to affect everyday's life of every American citizen, nobody can afford to do that, and every senator, every House representative will be thinking about his upcoming elections.
And you know, Esther, I was just having a look at some polling figures before our show, and an NBC poll from Sunday found 52% of registered voters blamed the president and the Republicans for the shutdown. We're also seeing that Donald Trump's approval rating is not as good as it once was. Why is public mood shifting in the States towards Donald Trump? It was very, very jubilant, but 9 months in, he seems to be struggling slightly.
Yeah, I mean, inflation is still one of those sticking points that has unfortunately stuck. So inflation in the US is still relatively high. We're not seeing the kind of job creation that we're expecting 9 months in. Now, of course, these policies have a time lag and it takes a while. But public mood has been shifting because while Donald Trump has secured some wins, particularly internationally, particularly when it comes to the Middle East, on the domestic front, it's not been as smooth sailing. Obviously, the Epstein files and, you know, kind of playing whodunit and am I really going to release it? The answer is no. That didn't really bode well, particularly with the Republican base, with the MAGA base, who were really adamant that they wanted to see those files, whatever is in them. So he has had some sort of domestic PR issues. And look, at the end of the day, this boils down to is the economy. Clinton said, it's the economy, stupid. And that's what people are looking to. They're looking to see the kinds of wage debacle, which is now making its way through the courts. And the federal and Trump's attorney is actually testifying in front of the Supreme Court over the next few days. It looks chaotic, and it doesn't look to have got the kinds of wins or the gains that Trump's rent-seeking from allies and foes alike around the world has promised to be. So, look, there's a lot riding on it. I think between now and May, when really we're going to actually be expecting to see some progress, both on tariffs, on inflation, on job creation, on wage growth, and all of that, is really going to decide whether people are going to, swing back, and the pendulum is going to swing towards the Democrats once again, particularly for the midterms later on next year.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because a lot of that economic data, like jobs data, we can't get during the shutdown, so people don't have such a big scope of the economy at the moment. But thanks for your thoughts on that, Dr. Ellie and Esther. Let's move on. And online retail giant Sheen has opened its first physical store in Paris today, despite an ongoing investigation over a controversial doll sold on their platform. Protesters have been gathering outside the BHV department store over the adult entertainment product. Sheen say they are cooperating fully with authorities. Dr. Eddie, there's a lot going on here when it comes to Sheen, and it has faced this massive backlash like I've just seen in France. Do you think the company is handling this well?
I think so far they have. It's a textbook reaction of a multinational in that sense. They have, I'm sure, the best PR people and the best lawyers in that sense. But again, the reaction is all very positive. We are willing to cooperate. We are willing to suspend immediately all third-party listing in order to avoid any kind of misunderstanding like the one that happened. And definitely this, as they said, will allow them to strengthen the accountability, ensure every product meets the standards and legal obligations and so on. And again, the CEO said we are committed to working with the French authorities to address any concerns swiftly. So again, it's very textbook reaction. It's a very good reaction, very positive, very cooperative. Will this be enough to launch this physical store? First, the question is, do you need a physical store? When you're doing so well online, when you have been built on the idea of being an online store, why do you need a physical store? I don't really understand that, but then again, I'm not a business person. They might have specific drive to do that. But then we have to remember that any physical presence will put you under the jurisdiction of national authorities, and then this will put you under, again, so many criticism and so many accountability for different rules that may not apply online or in China, where Shein is from, or so on. So definitely they need to switch into a different modum operandi of how to do business in a local national authority under national laws. If they manage to do that, definitely the store, it seems, has its own popularity and its own people who love it and who always shop from it. So they would be there for it.
It's quite interesting because today we had a correspondent in Paris and he was outside of that opening of that store and the queues were around the block. It was very long. Esther...
But on the other hand, you have the protests.
Exactly.
So on one line the queues and one on the protests.
And this is what you're saying, you know, taking it from online into a country is a very different story.
Yeah, definitely.
Esther, industry critics also argue that fast fashion shouldn't be allowed space on the high street or in these big department stores. And like Dr. Ellie was just saying, do they need this physical store?
Yeah, I mean, on the kind of fast fashion controversy, it's basically rooted in modern slavery practices. There are actually more slaves present now than there has been in any other time in history. And I think people underestimate just how much modern slavery practices permeate all aspects of our lives, from clothing to certain types of infrastructure development and all sorts of modern consumer goods. So it actually permeates many aspects of most people's lives. But for Sheen, this strategy kind of makes sense. Now, Sheen is low-cost, low-budget clothes. Obviously, they've had controversy around, worker practices and certain regions of China that have drummed up international controversy. But it's also important to look at the viability of a brand like Sheen. Sheen basically targets young women between the ages of, let's say, 18 to 22, which is quite of a short window space, who don't have a lot of money and who want to splash 30 or 40 pounds on clothes for a holiday in Ibiza. Now, when you expand that, that means that they really have a short capture period of getting customers to buy their really cheap clothes. This kind of positioning in the market doesn't allow them to target the higher end, more luxury customers, but it also means that they have to keep doing their strategy, which, as someone who works in SEO, was basically buying loads of ads and spamming the kind of online market space, so that you basically crowd out competitors like River Island, like ASOS, like Boohoo, and all of these other kind of competitive and comparative brands. This is not a long-term strategy in the age of AI and ChatGPT, where online searches are a lot more tailored to the consumer. So if you're wanting to buy black tights, for example, ChatGPT might ask you, do you want black tights with a certain type of design? In which case that will filter out what you want, as opposed to Google just showing which companies have been able to pay to get to trick the algorithm and get their products at the top. So this is what people need to understand. As a strategy, this is kind of securing Sheen's long-term viability, but also opening different customer bases that for a long time have just not been interested. I haven't shopped on Sheen in years because once I got to a certain stage in my life, I didn't want to buy cheap stuff online that will basically be destroyed after 2 washes.
And sometimes we do change our mind as we get older, don't we, Dr. Ellie? But Sheen, I just want to add something then. They've always denied using slave labour. But like Esther said, is it time really for them to diversify as things become more and more sophisticated online?
I think they will continue to have their own customers and their own, let's say, clientele that would still want what they are buying, what they are selling. Otherwise, they wouldn't be surviving and flourishing as much as they are, even though we are growing out of it. But maybe they will continue to have definitely new generations that are into the stuff they sell. If not, it will die alone normally. But again, it's not only about slavery. It's about, are we able to regulate shopping online, and what's on that, and who posts and who buys, and where the money transactions and all of these stuff. This is becoming a serious challenge for any economy and for any ethical components, be it adult material, be it slavery, be it environmentally safe ways, all these kinds of stuff. It is extremely difficult to control what is being sold online in general.
Yeah, and I don't know, Esther, but it's also difficult for us to shop in it, because I feel like even if I don't want anything, if I talk about it and it comes up, I just get spammed all the time, and it becomes really stressful. It's like my phone's listening to me, it's tracking everything that I'm doing, it's tracking the shops I'm walking past. I don't know if you and Dr. Ellie find that, but I feel like it's non-stop when it comes to adverts.
Yeah, and I think there's a psychology behind it, which is the more you bombard people with adverts, the more they're actually attuned to blocking it out. This idea of kind of crowding people with all sorts of adverts and spams and pop-ups actually ends up having the opposite effect. And that's why in Google, for example, they actually penalize spam-like behavior, or behavior that looks like it's just trying to crowd out competitors, and basically not consumer-friendly practices that Google says. So instead of answering people's queries like, if you sell blue shirts and someone Googles blue shirts, that's what pops up. It's, you follow them with cookies and then you put out products that's not necessarily tailored to what someone would inquire. Google's algorithm has become quite sophisticated in crawling through sites that behave in anti-consumer practices. And I suspect that's what Sheen might be seeing. We don't know their books, obviously, but this strategy makes sense to try and consolidate a brand that's more than just cheap stuff online, and doing what Fashion Nova is doing, for example, paying influencers on Instagram, trying to tap into demographics that were not necessarily available to them. And I think AI will make it more difficult for them to reach in the future.
Esther, but it's working for them and for their clientele. I mean, they're doing very well, right? So it's obviously working somehow with some people.
I think they were doing better. I mean, I was the stereotypical Sheen shopper. I haven't thought about Sheen in a few years. None of my friends have bought off Sheen. I mean, it's become a bit of a joke now. Actually, there's a meme culture around Sheen. Like,
But then a younger version of you is now shopping heavily on Sheen, right? Or a younger person?
Not necessarily. I mean, I think the younger version of me is still poor.
Do you know what? I was just thinking about this. I've only ever shopped on Sheen once, I must say this. And the dress I bought was see-through. And I was like, well, I'm not 20 going to Ibiza anymore, so it's still in my closet, because you don't know what you're going to get. It's all a big gamble because it's online. Yeah. So maybe the physical store, you can go and check the fabric is, somewhat for the slightly classier lady.
For the bombardment of advertisement, one of the platforms, no need to mention which one, they give you the option if you don't like this ad.
Yes.
So I've clicked on that same ad so many times. I don't like this ad. This ad is offensive. This ad is not. And still this ad comes up more often than usual.
Name and shame them, Dr. Ellie. But Esther and Dr. Ellie, thank you so much. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And schools in England could be given new lessons in AI and finances as part of a curriculum shake-up. Primary school children will be taught how to spot fake news and misinformation, as well as learning about mortgages and money. The UK government hope it will prepare young people for the future, giving them the skills they need to thrive as the world evolves. Esther, is this a good idea from the UK government? Will it be better prepared for when children go into adulthood with this new sort of system they're thinking about bringing in?
Yeah, I mean, these reforms are quite a bit of a mixed bag. So there are obviously some positive things like teaching young people about personal finance, AI, how to integrate that into your life since AI is here to stay, checking for misinformation and actually doing research to make sure that things that you're reading online are from verified sources, which is something I totally advocate for. And I believe in treating news media and information-based media as a public good. These are all very positive things. But then you have the flip side, which is, reducing exam time by 10% across the board because they think exams are too strenuous. And I think that disadvantages a certain type of learning and intelligence, which is, if you're being tested on something on the spot, it's a different skill set that is being examined than having coursework at the end of the term where you had months or weeks to work on something and really kind of put together your knowledge in an elaborate form, but it doesn't really test your on-the-spot knowledge. If you have someone that says, I'm a chef, they should be able to tell you within 30 seconds how to boil an egg. If they need to have months of dissertation style research and writing to do that, then they don't actually have a thorough grasp of the subject matter at hand. And I think this is something that the government is underestimating. It shouldn't just be based on the stresses of a student. Being a student is stressful. All aspects of life, all endeavors in life is stressful. It's about preparing people for the real world. And I think there's some things that you just have to know. There's some like basic maths, English, literacy, sciences, and all of that. But again, like I said, there are some really, really positive things here, like, making triple science the standard for all science education in GCSEs, I think is excellent, because you then prepare young people if they want to take a science at A levels when they're 16 and 17 and 18, and if they change their mind and suddenly get an interest in science and tech, they can do that without having to change schools or wait another year. So it is a mixed bag, but overall, I think it's in a positive direction.
Dr. Ellie, I feel like you're the person to talk to about this.
Well,
because you yourself,
somehow
you teach. You're a doctor, professor. You're better at this than I could ever be. But new English and maths tests are also being introduced. But You know, Esther was saying there, is it dumbing down? Is this a worry that we're not going to have so many exams, so many hours, and children aren't facing the pressure? Because I'm telling you something, if there's any kids watching this, it's much harder to be an adult than to do an exam in school.
Yeah, that's true. They're not gonna have it any easier when they grow up. But definitely, I agree a lot with what Esther was saying. It's important to rethink education as we know it, as we had it when we were children. Things are completely different today. We need to approach things in a different way. There's so much awareness about how much testing itself could stress students out with the preparation, especially if it's a government testing and a nationwide testing and so on. And definitely we have been moving away from testing into more practical stuff as much as possible on all levels, including university where I teach. Definitely, I think dumbing it down too much is going to take us into the wrong direction. Giving students too much choice is going to confuse them. I think we need to have the basics, especially in the early age education, to have the people knowledgeable about all the things they need to be aware of. And then as they grow older, I think the Australian system has a very good way into the older they get, the more choice they have. And eventually they end up presenting the HSC or the Year 12 exam with only the 4 or 5 subjects that they have selected to remain with them. So it already guides them into having a bit more specialized and to dropping things that they are not good at or simply don't like it. But again, we need to have all of this, the component of AI, and how does it impact education? Because if we rely, for example, on research papers, now research papers are being done on AI. If we rely on home assignments are now being done on AI. So I guess we need to have back in-class assignments as much as possible, as much practical components. I love the fact that they're going to teach them about mortgage, about finance, about fake news, about different life skills. Critical thinking is such a key component that we lack in our students today. Public communication, public speaking, such an important thing. Whatever you're going to be doing in life, you're going to need this. Which brings me to the 2 items that the UK said they will keep and they will increase, which are the English and the math. I do believe English is a necessity for all through. Or language skills, put it in the broader sense, depending on the country. And math, I think if we're going into the life skills math and not the detailed algebra or other stuff, this is definitely something that each one of us is going to be doing, whether he's an engineer or a lawyer or even a university professor or whatever. You're going to need these skills along with all the life skills that the school can possibly equip you with.
Yeah, but it's just fascinating, isn't it, how much the world has changed.
Indeed.
And how much
Indeed.
it's changing so rapidly when it comes to AI and how it's now going to evolve even the workplace for younger people.
It's really a question that we're struggling with as instructors every day at the university to try to find ways of how to combine the proper usage of AI while keeping the standards of education. It's really a challenge.
Dr. Ellie and Esther, thank you so much. Now, it's that time of the show where Dr. Ellie and Esther have chosen their quirkiest story of the day. And we're actually going to start with Dr. Ellie's. And Dr. Ellie, I want to talk to yours because tell us about the top signs of a true gentleman. Esther, I don't know, we were going to quiz you, but we're not 100. Do we have the quiz out? We've got some things here. So, Dr. Ellie, do you write prompt and pithy thank you letters?
I do write thank you notes whenever it's needed. I do write thank you notes after a nice meeting, after a nice dinner. Yes, I do that.
Okay, so there's 39 points in this. Can you tell us how many points you got?
Well, I will definitely get more than 20 to up to 25 on these 39 points, not because I am. I think I am a gentleman, but I truly believe that every man, in this proper sense of the term, needs to have these qualities. I mean, we're talking about things that are so basic, like, for example, listening more than speaking. This is such a nice quality in every person, especially if it's a man. He doesn't make a big fuss about, a restaurant order or about which airways he takes. He doesn't make a fuss about food. He can simply boil an egg and have a quick dinner. He doesn't take anything too seriously in the sense of making a big problem out of it. Doesn't drive a Tesla, This is such a key thing.
Doesn't drive a Tesla.
Yes, you need to be, come on. A gentleman cannot drive a Tesla. That's known.
Well, a Rolls-Royce, a Bentley.
Knows when to call it a night. I think this is also a very key point.
Yeah.
Is comfortable speaking in public, as we were saying.
Yes.
Again, maybe I don't agree with all the 39, and some of them are quite too specific. But again, in general, I think it's good to remember what makes a gentleman, and it's good to have a list somewhere to test yourself to it. And I do believe that men and women in our society still appreciate a gentleman's behavior in that sense. So all of this was, again, just to tell our viewers that it was done by the Country Life magazine, and it was done by an etiquette expert to try to put this list together. I like it. I like it a lot.
I like this list too, but it seems like a lot of pressure, doesn't it, Esther? And I also like this one. I wanted to ask Dr. Ellie, what is it? Do you wear a tank top to the gym?
I don't.
No, he doesn't. Maybe he's a true gentleman.
I don't. Maybe because I don't go to the gym enough, but there's nothing about that in the list. Let's keep it at that.
And then, Esther, let's move on to
Let me ask Esther, do you agree, Esther, that these are the qualities of a gentleman?
Oh, yeah,
Would you like to have such a person in your life?
Exactly. I mean, wearing a tank top to the gym is a different type of gentleman, in my opinion.
But I do find it fascinating because it does seem like a lot of work to be a true gentleman.
Not really. It's a way of life. It's not. You don't make the effort of it. It's either you are a gentleman or you're not. You don't need to make the effort for it.
Okay, Dr. Ellie, the true gentleman. Now let's talk about yours, Esther, because it's about a furloughed federal worker who's taken on a new career. Tell us more.
Wow.
Yeah, so a furloughed federal tax attorney has decided to sell hot dogs in Washington, D.C. He calls it Shyster's Dogs. And it's basically, I mean, it's kind of brilliant. It's kind of the most legal scam in Washington, D.C., which is what he calls it. And he's feeling the pinch alongside the other furloughed employees that are victims of or collateral damage of this gridlock between the Democrats and Republicans. I'm quite surprised that he was allowed to work during furlough, but you know, America has such a liberal employment laws that why should they really stop him? It's not his fault that the Democrats and Republicans can't seem to see eye to eye on anything. And it's kind of brilliant. Now, would I choose to eat dubious meat from a van by the side of the road? Definitely not, and certainly not in any major American city. But if he's making it work, then good for him.
Dr. Ellie and Esther, I see he's in a really smart suit there. Maybe, Esther, you could eat his meat because he's a gentleman by the looks of it, so it won't be too dubious.
And he's not touching the food with his hands. Look at that.
I know, looks can be deceiving. I don't eat food from vans. That's my general, which is interesting because I would eat like food off of like a street vendor in Thailand, yeah. But I have a huge mistrust of van food in major cities around the Western world. I don't know why.
But again, is he making it simply a statement to be with his suit as a public servant, selling hot dogs on the street just to make a living because of the shutdown?
I think he's actually making a living, and I think Americans can respect the hustle.
I absolutely love the hustle. I was just thinking that while I was watching him. It's brilliant, isn't it? Don't hate the player, hate the game. I heard Esther say that earlier, and it was something that I used to love to say, and I've forgotten about it. So thanks to today's guest, writer and broadcaster Esther Kraku, who joined us from Florida, and Dr. Ellie El-Hindi, chairperson of the Department of Strategic and Studies at the American University in the Emirates. I'm sorry, Dr. Ellie, I think I slightly got that.
That's fine. That's fine.
Apologies. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. GNT is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, it's official. Zohran Mamdani has won the New York mayoral race. He'll become the city's youngest mayor since the year 1892, its first Muslim mayor, and New York's first mayor born in Africa. But with a comparatively small war chest and limited institutional party support, we ask, how's he done it? And should President Trump's Republican Party be worried? Hello and welcome. All eyes today are on Zohran Mamdani, New York City's newly elected mayor. Well, at just 34 years of age, he's made history as the city's first Muslim mayor and the youngest person in more than a century to lead America's biggest city. Well, in his victory speech, Mamdani wasted no time taking aim at the US President Donald Trump, who had previously threatened to deport him and cut New York City's federal funding if Mamdani defeated the independent candidate Andrew Cuomo and the Republican Curtis Sliwa, which he now has done. Let's take a listen.
After all, if anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him. And if there is any way to terrify a despot, it is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power. This is not only how we stop Trump, it's how we stop the next one. So, Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up.
Well, as we just heard there, Mamdani challenging President Trump, telling him, turn the volume up. Well, President Trump, who blamed the Republican Party's losses on the government shutdown, later responded on social media saying, and so it begins.
But I thought we'd have a discussion after the press leaves about what last night represented and what we should do about it, and also about the shutdown and how that relates to last night. I think if you read the pollsters, the shutdown was a big factor, negative for the Republicans, and that was a big factor. And they say that I wasn't on the ballot was the biggest factor, but I don't know about that, but I was honored that they said that.
Well, to discuss this further, we're joined now by Angie Wong, who's a Republican strategist based in Florida. Great to have you with us. We're also joined by Paul Glastris, former chief speechwriter to President Bill Clinton, also editor-in-chief of The Washington Monthly. Great to have you both with us. I mean, a lot to digest. It's been a busy 24 hours in US politics. Let me start with you, Paul. I mean, Zohran Mamdani's win described as having electrified the left. Do you think Mandani is now the Democratic Party, a party that, for the last few months at any rate, has been slightly in the wilderness?
Well, it was a big win for him. He's an extraordinarily gifted politician and speaker. It's certainly a big deal. It isn't the only race. It wasn't even the biggest race. Democrats won across the board. Most of them not associated with the socialist side of the ticket, mostly centrists, a lot of women, and so it certainly will be seized on by some as, because it is kind of the most interesting race, but I think you could read too much into that part of it.
Okay, I mean, internationally, it certainly captured the imaginations of a lot of people. Because, Angie, I mean, a self-described socialist has just become New York's youngest mayor since the year 1892, the city's first Muslim mayor, the first African-born mayor. I mean, What sort of a message does all of that send about New York?
And it's pretty clear. I mean, during his victory speech, he was very proud to say, I am a socialist, and this is the socialist moment. And that is what we saw yesterday. Democrats and socialists, they got the moment. That was their big win yesterday. Whether or not they can push the rest of the party farther and further to the left, that has still remained to be seen because, yes, Zohran Mandani won yesterday, but we also had Abigail Spanberger and we also had Mickey Sherrill, who are much more moderate to the party. So there's going to be some internal fighting there to see who actually controls the Democrat Party. But Zohran Mandani is certainly the rock star. He's a 34-year-old who has very, if not any, city management experience. I mean, you have to remember what this job is. To be the New York City mayor, you're in charge of garbage and snow removal and all those things. It's an actual job. So, you know, it's one thing to come in with no experience and to play out this kind of progressive theory in a real city, but another thing to really manage over, 100,000 city workers. So we're going to see if it's going to work or if that's going to blow up in the left's face, and then Republicans will gladly come in and clean up New York City like we did with Rudy Giuliani back in the 90s.
Okay, Paul, what do you have to say to that? And do you think there is an element of, now the glitz and the excitement of the campaign is over, the election's over, now it's down to hard work. Will he be able to deliver?
I have no idea. I mean, Angie put it right. You have, moderates winning in other mostly blue states. You have another Muslim candidate who's a moderate winning in Virginia, and you had another Muslim socialist African-born or heritage candidate in Minnesota, in Minneapolis, who lost to a mainstream Democrat. So there's a lot of mixed signals here, and I think you could read too much into it. But it's certainly the case that Mamdani has, as Angie said, a big job ahead of him and a lot of youth. He's not an experienced manager of cities, so we'll have to see.
Okay, Angie, I mean, what are we hearing from President Trump? I mean, there's clearly going to be a bit of a post-mortem in the ranks of the GOP. What are we hearing so far?
So President Trump just held a breakfast for Republican senators just minutes ago, and he was asked that very question. This is going to be a reaction to yesterday's election, where largely Democrats have won across the board. And it seems though the one theme that's emerging is that Democrats won because of one word: affordability. Our gases, our insurance, our grocery prices are way, way too high. And the Mandani win and other wins, that is a reaction to just not being able to afford to live in cities in America. So instead of responding directly to Democrats winning, President Trump wants now to lift the filibuster in the Senate so that we can reopen the government. One of the reasons why we can't bring costs down here in the U.S. is because the big, beautiful bill has not been able to be implemented yet. Everything is stalled in Congress at this very time. So President Trump even said during the breakfast just a few minutes ago that he would love for tonight for the government to reopen. So I think that is going to be something that John Thune, our Senate Majority Leader, has to really pay close attention to, because enough is enough. We're at day 36, the longest government shutdown in history. It is time to reopen the government. We need to get things moving again in order for President Trump to get his agenda across. This is his big agenda moment. And if we're going to keep losing seats, well, we have the midterms in 1 year's time, and he wants to make sure that we bring affordability back to Americans so that Democrats do not own that message.
Right. Paul, what do you make of that? I mean, affordability is something we've heard a lot about from New Yorkers who say, the cost of living is out of control in that city, and Mamdani is promising to tackle it. I mean, this is the first major electoral test since President Trump returned to power in earlier on this year. I mean, what does this all tell us about the mood of the country right now?
Look, Donald Trump won on affordability. Joe Biden and ultimately Kamala Harris lost because 60, 70% of Americans can barely keep up with the cost of living. Wages have been, sparse for many decades. Prices have gone up. He promised to turn things around. Things have, if anything, gotten a little worse. Democrats absolutely exploited that sense that people have. But let me just point out, there was no real surprise in any of these races in the sense that, all the polls were mostly saying these candidates would win. What is a surprise is the margins. The margins are way higher for the winners. People were saying Mikey Sherrill, the helicopter pilot, mother of four, ex-prosecutor who won in New Jersey, polls were saying she'll win by 3 to 7 points. She won by 13 points. Abigail Spanberger, the ex-CIA analyst, congresswoman, now governor-elect of Virginia, won a higher percentage of the vote than any governor in decades. These are exceptional, and in Georgia, Republicans lost. In Pennsylvania, Republicans lost. Small offices, but it's telling. This is a real rebuke to the Trump administration, the president. And again, not surprising, the president's poll numbers have just cratered really all ever since April, but increasingly in the last few weeks. And the shutdown, if you look at the polls, voters are blaming the president and Republicans more than the Democrats. So Angie's, right that Trump would like to end the shutdown because it's a fight that he's not winning. And these election results really underscore that.
Okay, Angie, I don't know what you have to say to that. And also, I noticed on your Twitter feed, Angie, or X as it's called now, you weren't thrilled, were you, by the choice of candidate for New York mayor from the Republican Party? You think perhaps, I got the impression that you seem to think they picked the wrong person.
No, absolutely. And I was working on Curtis Lewa's campaign back in 2021. So I knew that his numbers were never going to be even close to what we got there. He was almost at, I believe, 28, 29% in 2021. And for him to fall back into the lower teens yesterday, it was just embarrassing. So we knew we had the wrong candidate. I blame the GOP on this. Look, I'm part of the party. I wish we put in more work. Where was the campaigning in New York City? We're journalists here. We want to help out the candidates as well, but they're just not giving us anything. So that was a problem. New York City just needs to have a better game plan, a master plan to win back some of the seats that they have lost this round. And I think they're going to try to do that in 2026 with a governor's race. This whole scenario is perfectly set up for a Republican win during the governor's race in New York State, but with the right candidate and also with the right messaging. Now, I agree with Paul. What we saw yesterday was a referendum on Trump's policies. It is not a one-size-fits-all. It does not work on all Americans, and clearly American voters are now telling him that. And I think the Trump administration should take a pause and say, okay, what did we learn from yesterday? Do we pivot on some of our hardline policies now? Because Trump really wants to have a full 4-year presidency. And if he doesn't win in the midterms in 2026, he's going to have a 2-year real full-term presidency and then have to fight the rest, right? So if the House goes back, let's say, to the Democrats, or if the Senate goes towards the Democrats, it's going to be a much harder fight. So right now, if I'm the Trump administration, I am taking a step back. I am looking at the numbers. Last night, Zohran Mandani won mostly the female Gen Z vote at 84%. And he also won a lot of Black and Latino votes. So that was surprising to see. As we do the autopsy of last night's election, we're going to try to work on our messaging, try to work on affordability, and try to win back some of these voters.
Paul, let me turn back to you, because there have been some who've argued that, and sorry to keep talking about Mamdani, I know there are other races, but we are particularly focused on New York from an international point of view. Some argue that a sort of more radical candidate like Mamdani was actually a gift to President Trump, because he's going to try to paint all Democrats as being extreme based on what Mamdani's beliefs are. And he didn't shy off, did he, President Trump, attaching labels to him, calling him a communist, calling him a Jew hater. Do you think they've got a point, these commentators who say that, in a way, Mamdani is something of a gift to Donald Trump?
I think that they see it that way, and they're probably right that they can get some mileage out of it. And this is why you saw Democratic leaders in the House and Senate being very, very risk averse and not embracing him, because they're looking at their other members. They know that those attacks can work, and even if it doesn't describe the vast majority of Democrats, it can hurt other Democrats. So I think, yes, it may not be, quite a fair thing, but, Donald Trump will use it and Republicans will use it. We'll see how successful they are.
And Paul, what did you make of those labels that were attached to Mamdani, a little communist, a Jew hater? I mean, what does that tell us about the current climate in America?
It's par for the course out of Republicans' mouths. This is how the party now talks. He's not a communist. He's not a Jew hater. A lot of Jews voted for him, not the majority. But this is now how they talk, and we'll see if it has any. It's certainly his profile in this cycle. He was in the front pages of every paper all over the country for weeks and weeks and weeks. Didn't seem to hurt the Democrats who were running, for instance, in New Jersey, right across the river. So whether his win can tar the trajectory of the rest of the Democratic Party, I honestly doubt it, but it remains to be seen.
And Angie,
may I jump in here?
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think that labeling Zohran Mandani as a socialist, as a radical, I even heard the word terrorist, none of that worked. It clearly did not work in the polls last night. And these kind of locker room talks, it doesn't work. It may work in some of the Republican bases, but with Democrats, they actually embraced it. When Zohran Mandani took the stage yesterday, he embraced being a socialist. And you know what? The crowd cheered louder every time he used that word. So it didn't work. And then we had a poll today come out that a quarter of New Yorkers now identify as Democrat socialists. It is now trending. So it backfired on Trump, labeling socialist and all these words that I think a lot of Americans just don't understand. It's actually backfiring on Republicans. So we need to find a better strategy. We can't just keep calling people names. We actually need to have policies that back what we do versus just, labeling people bad words that, quite honestly, it's actually fueling the left.
Right. So we have these scary labels that are being used with regards to Mamdani, and threats behind them in the form of that threat to pull the plug on federal funding for New York. I mean, Angie, do you think President Trump is serious? Do you think he is going to somehow make life difficult for Mayor Mamdani, or do you think that was just, as you said, locker room talk?
No, it's 100%. I mean, there's going to be a plan. Remember, Trump has a lot of properties and lots of friends with properties in New York. He's going to make sure that, his investments are safe and secure. He also understands we've seen other cities go in this direction, London in particular, and he doesn't want any of that happening to New York City. So we have a preview of what a Mandani mayoralship can look like. So one of the things is pulling federal funds, or at least giving the bare minimum that is required by law to New York City. So Trump can play a lot here if he wanted to. Maybe the smart move would be for Zohran Mandani to not just go butting heads with President Trump, but actually working with President Trump like our San Francisco mayor is doing. It's a respect thing. Now, in respects to all the free stuff that Zohran Mandani wants to give to New Yorkers, you can't do that. You need the state legislature to approve, and then you need the governor to sign off on all these things. I don't know if he can actually deliver on any of his campaign messages. It's great to say, hey, you free stuff for everybody, but the reality is you still have several layers of government to get through before you can start making everything free.
Okay, Paul, your final thoughts. I mean, do you see these two men, President Trump and Mamdani, working together, or are they going to find any areas of cooperation, or is this open warfare?
We'll have to see. Open warfare at first. That would be my guess. But look, the president blocked, before this election, blocked funding for a commuter tunnel under the Hudson River that New Jersey citizens need to get in and out of downtown Manhattan. And that was very bad for the president's own choice of a candidate in New Jersey, Jack Ciattarelli, who was quite a good candidate. He came within 3 points of winning the governorship last time, and now he lost by 13. So if I'm Mamdani, my attitude might be bring it on, because New Yorkers will rally around being attacked. And at some point, a lot of what Trump has tried to do in this stuff is unconstitutional and has only been he's only been able to get away with it because we have a very submissive Republican majority Congress that isn't exercising its own responsibility. So it'll probably get worse before it gets better, but I don't think it's going to help the president.
Okay, well, you've had the last word because I'm being told we're out of time. Thank you very much indeed to you, Paul Glastris, and thanks to you as well, Angie Wong. A pleasure having you both on the program.
Thank you.
Well, we're joined now by Professor Alan Dershowitz, who's a former attorney to President Trump. He joins us now from New York. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Professor Dershowitz. Always a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you.
New York has a new mayor-elect. He is 34 years old. He's the youngest mayor since the year 1892, the first Muslim mayor and the first mayor to be born on the African continent. How do you feel as someone who resides or spends quite a lot of his time in New York about this new mayor?
Well, I think it's very unpredictable. It depends on which Mayor Mandani emerges. The man who ran for mayor seemed like a moderate, a socialist, much in the image of Scandinavian socialism, not necessarily Castro or Venezuelan socialism. But then he made a very fiery speech when he accepted victory, which suggested maybe he will move even further to the left. So it's unpredictable. Will this help Donald Trump and the Republicans in national elections? Probably. Will it inspire other very left-wing radical socialists all over the country to run for mayor? Already we're seeing that. Minneapolis, perhaps Chicago, perhaps San Francisco. So it really creates a lot of unpredictability. The one thing that's upsetting to me as a Jew is that so many people of the Jewish faith voted for him, 31 to 33%. This is only 80 years after the Holocaust. And when you have somebody who has said some very negative things about Jews and who has refused to recognize Israel as a Jewish state, although he recognizes many Arab states, which are Muslim states, it is upsetting and disturbing to many Jewish citizens of New York and the United States. He tried to reach out in his speech yesterday and talked about how Jews will be safe. So I have an open mind. I wish Cuomo had been elected, but he wasn't. The people spoke. It was an overwhelming victory. And let's see how he governs. If he governs well and he moderates some of his views, that will be one thing. But if he tries to turn New York into Cuba or Venezuela, it will be bad not only for New York, but for the country and indeed for the world economy.
I mean, President Trump was quite disparaging about Mayor-elect Mamdani in the last 24 hours, calling him a little communist and a self-professed quote, Jew hater. I mean, do you agree with what President Trump said? Do you think those two labels are indeed apt in your mind?
Well, President Trump has a way of stating things very directly, and I don't always agree with his tone or his statements. I think we have to be concerned about his attitudes, and we have to make sure he doesn't become a full-fledged communist and a full-fledged Jew hater. There are risks, and there are risks that some of his followers will misunderstand him, and it will increase the violence we've seen against Jewish citizens in New York and the anti-Israel protests that we've seen. Remember that a mayor doesn't speak only for himself. He has, hundreds of thousands, and in this case, millions of people around the country who will now see him as a symbol of the new Democratic Party. And if they misinterpret it, or if they say, when he says he won't condemn a call for globalizing the jihad, well, whether some person in Queens will say, oh, that means I can blow up a building. There is that risk, the risk that he could be misinterpreted and misunderstood. So we hope for the best. We fear the worst. And we'll see if New York survives this. A lot of New Yorkers are going to leave. A lot of New York corporations are going to leave for very simple reasons, very, very high taxation. But New York will survive that. I think the question is, what kind of a mayor Mamdani will be? Will he be a fiery, radical, left-wing socialist who wants to bring down America? Or will he be more like a Scandinavian or Israeli socialist, where you have some degree of socialism, but a large amount of free market capitalism operating at the same time? I have an open mind.
Professor Dershowitz, will you be one of the people who considers fleeing New York?
No, I would never flee. I fight back. That's not in my nature ever to flee. Obviously, if I lived in Nazi Germany in the 1930s, I hope I would have been smart enough to flee. But I do not think New York is that. And so I will stay in New York, stay in Florida, stay in the United States, continue to vote my principles. I used to be a Democrat for more than 60 years. I was a Democrat as a result of Mamdani getting the nomination and other trends in the Democratic Party. I have officially left the Democratic Party. I am not a Republican. I'm an independent, but I'm going to fight for the Constitution, for what I think is right. I'm going to stand up very strongly for Israel. I still wear my hostage pin, even though most of the live hostages have been returned. Not all the dead hostages have been returned. I'm hoping for a two-state solution in the Middle East that will allow both the Israelis and the Palestinians to live good lives. So I'm an optimist.
Okay. I mean, what went wrong, do you think, for the GOP mayoral candidate? Was he simply the wrong choice, do you think?
Oh, they made the wrong choices that they could have won. If, for example, if the woman who is now police commissioner of New York, who is a young, brilliant former student of mine, if she had run, and maybe she will run in 4 years, I think she would have won. I don't think New Yorkers were all that enthusiastic about Mamdani. I think they were concerned about the two people running against him, both of whom are much, much older, both of whom have run many, many, many times in the past. And I think a lot of young New Yorkers particularly were looking for a new face, and they got a new face. But somebody like Jessica Tisch, who is the police commissioner, is herself Jewish, comes from a very distinguished New York family, I think in a one-to-one could beat him, and maybe we'll see that in 4 years. But again, we have to endure and survive these next years, and we'll do it while fighting back against the evils that we may see occurring and hopefully embracing some of the good. So again, I'm an optimist. I've lived through New York elections for, I'm 87 years old, for a lot of years, and I hope to live through many more of them.
Well, you don't look 87, that's for sure. But let's talk about the significantly younger, let's face it, Mayor-elect Mamdani, 34 years old, media savvy. He sort of appeared from nowhere, really, without a huge amount of financial backing, without a huge amount of institutional backing. And I'm just wondering whether you see him shaping up to be a real thorn in the side of President Trump.
Oh, yes. He's a very, very good candidate. He made a very, very, very good campaign. I think he did get some funding. People are looking into it. We know there was some funding from some Arab sources, CARE and other organizations. We think that there may have been funding from George Soros and from some foreign sources. We're not sure, but people looking into it. Now that he's elected, people will look into it even more aggressively. But putting that aside, he got 100,000 young people going door to door for him. He ran an extraordinary a campaign, effective campaign. He deserved to win based on the campaign that he ran compared to the campaigns that his opponents ran. So he did come from nowhere, but he's established himself. He can't run for president because he wasn't born in the United States, but he can become a major force and can promote people like AOC, the woman from Queens, who is led the way for a socialist candidate. And what's unclear is whether the Democratic Socialists of America have any credence and any possibility of prevailing in most parts of the United States. I think the answer to that is no. I think they can win in some big cities, particularly blue cities, Democrat cities, but they will not win in places like Texas and Florida and other places, and certainly not in rural areas. So the future of the Democratic Socialists of America is also quite important. You know, their standard bearers they have some old ones like Sanders, they have young ones like him, and they have a lot of young people who support them. But I don't think they have a majority. I think Americans are much more middle of the road and much more free market oriented. They don't like rich people getting all the tax breaks in the world, but they are centrist and open market. So I don't think the Democratic Socialists of America have a real chance of becoming an important national party. And if they do, it will only hurt the Democrats, because then they'll take votes away mostly from Democrats. So it's complicated. It's unpredictable. Last night was a very, very important night in American politics, and it remains to be seen what its impact will be from New York to Washington, D.C., and globally.
Yeah, I mean, so we've established that, you know, Mamdani has the capacity to be an irritant for President Trump. What about looking at things the other way around? We did hear President Trump threaten to cut off some federal funding for New York were Mamdani to win the election, which he now has done. How real do you think that threat is, and is there some pain in store for New Yorkers?
Well, we've learned a lesson. I think the world has learned a lesson. Never ignore threats made by President Trump. He keeps his word. He will carry out some of those threats, and there will be some cutting off of funding to New York. And we'll see how New York makes up for it. When you have federal funding cut off, when you have the tax base reduced and a lot of wealthy taxpayers leaving, it doesn't bode well for New York. But, you know, New York's a strong city, and it will endure. So I'm not worried for New York, but I'm, worried for what impact this could have just generally around the world, whether it suggests the beginning of a new trend toward socialism, which has not proved itself to be successful. So far, there's never been a really successful socialist economy and socialist country. Maybe there will be. We don't know. But there are risks. And I think the risks, I think Donald Trump and his Republican Party benefit from yesterday's election, because I think that in the midterms, he will run against the socialists, and the mainstream Democrats will try to run against socialism. And I think they will win in many parts of the country as a result of that.
Right. So you seem to be saying that, in fact, Mamdani and people who think along his lines are actually going to split the Democratic Party even more than already has been split. And I just want to ask you, lastly, if you will, Professor Dershowitz, just before we wrap up, President Trump has given a bit of a post-mortem on what's happened the last 24 hours, not just in New York, but in the other electoral races that were held last night. He seemed to suggest that the government shutdown was a big factor in all of this. He also said his own name not being on any of the ballots was a big factor in all of this. What do you make of his arguments?
I think it's very difficult to give one explanation for what happens nationally and in all the states. But I do think that typically when you have a president elected from one party during midterms, and this is not quite the midterm, this is just 1 year later, you see the minority party winning. And so we saw it in New Jersey, we saw it in Virginia, we've seen it in other parts of the country. And it just shows that a year from now, when we have a really major election to see who controls the House and who controls the Senate, I think it is utterly unpredictable. Unpredictable whether the name Trump will help or hurt. It will help some places. It will hurt other places. I think generally in most parts of the country, it will help more than it hurt because Trump did win the popular vote in last year, in addition to winning the electoral vote. So we have to wait and see. But I think every political analyst is now working at their computers and trying to figure out what the impact of this election is going to be on the much more important midterm election a year from now.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. Professor Alan Dershowitz, always a pleasure talking to you. Well, we can speak now to Hank Scheinkopf, who is a Democratic political consultant who's worked with Michael Bloomberg on his campaigns for New York City Mayor and his 2020 presidential bid. He joins us now from New York. Thank you very much indeed for being with us, Mr. Scheinkopf. I'd just like to start by asking you, I mean, New York has got this new mayor-elect, the youngest mayor since 1892, the first Muslim mayor ever, and the first mayor born in Africa. I mean, what does all of that tell us about today's New York?
New York is not today what people think it is. It's a very different place. When you have these kinds of contested elections in New York, you have them, and I can go through the periods of where you've had highly contested elections, 3 people on the ballot of major import. In this case, you had, and they tend to indicate that there's an ethnic shift of high proportions in the city, and this is how you compensate for it, by having these kinds of contested elections. There's a whole new population that people really haven't dealt with. We have Chinese people at the rate of about, I guess, 15 to 16% of total population now. There are probably close to 800 to 900,000 Muslims in New York City now, probably another 900,000 people from Africa. It's a very different city, and its ethnic composition has changed radically in the last 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to pick up on that, because one commentator I heard said that Mamdani, quote, speaks the language that New York wants to hear right now. And, I mean, it sounds, listening to what you're saying, that it's not just one language, it's sort of many languages, really.
Well, there's 170 languages alone spoken in the borough of Queens, 1/5 of New York City's landmass on a daily basis. It's a city that is in constant change, but this change is much more significant. And it does have a lot to do with his, what the outcome of it, frankly, is the affordability crisis. That's what Mandani built the campaign on. That, plus an ethnic identification with the new immigrants across the board, made him the likely winner. The other candidates, frankly, were just too old, outdated, did not have any relationship to the electorate that they were trying to talk to.
So clearly expectations are going to be very high on Mamdani from those very people you talked about who voted for him. Do you think he's going to be able to deliver, or do you think there's going to come a sort of a reckoning when he comes face to face with reality?
There will be a reckoning. He has got significant financial trouble in New York City. The state of New York has really got financial trouble, and how he comes up with the money to do the things he wants is quite something different. He also doesn't have the power. In New York State, the power rests with the governor of the state of New York. In the Constitution of the state, it says that they refer to her as his excellency, because at the time it was written there was no female governor, but the governor can take over the city if necessary, and it's happened before when you've had a severe fiscal crisis. But the rhetoric sounds good. He's talking to the population in a language that population of newcomers wants to hear. He's also talking to people about a crisis that's really the affordability crisis, which is not just in New York, but frankly in cities throughout the world where jobs have not been created, but debt has been created, and that's not necessarily the way to employ people. It's and the job market is different here. You have many Africans, particularly, who are entrepreneurial. They need to have those opportunities. The Chinese, ditto. They're small storekeepers. They want their moment, and the people from North Africa and South Asia, the Muslim community and others, want their moment as well.
Clearly not much love lost between President Trump and Mayor-elect Mamdani. President Trump called him, quote, a little communist and a proven and self-professed Jew hater. I wonder what you make of those labels, and I wonder how much you think they resonated or didn't with New Yorkers.
Well, how much they resonated, that's a very important question, will be determined by when we look at voter turnouts in particular parts of the city where different ethnic groups live. That there's an animosity with a significant portion of the Jewish community that he's going to have to work out. that exists, that's really significant and true. The problem with Trump is that a mayor of the city of New York really must have a relationship with the president. And if the city does get into trouble, he's going to have to go to the president, and the president's going to tell him to take a walk. The other thing about American politics that your viewers need to remember or know is that American politics historically has been a battle between the suburbs, the exurbs, the areas outside the suburbs, and the cities, going back to the founding of the republic. And all this does, frankly, in the modern context, is strengthen Trump's coalition. Every time Mandani opens his mouth, it's likely that he will create a suburban Republican or an exurban Republican and strengthen Trump's hold on those people, regardless of yesterday's outcomes, which were a disaster for Trump across the board.
We heard Mayor-elect Mamdani reaching out to Jewish New Yorkers in his speech. He said he was going to fight what he called the scourge of anti-Semitism. And I wonder whether you think that will have given some reassurance to Jewish New Yorkers who may have had some concerns about his candidacy.
Some will feel some sense of what's the good word? Of new safety. Others will say, well, this is just rhetoric. Because, you know, again, public figures are not created by the moment. They're created by the things they have done in the past to create that moment. And his rhetoric has been pretty strong. In some ways, this election may have been a referendum on the Israeli government, not on Jews overall. But reported this morning in the New York papers was an anti-Semitic incident, the vandalizing of a Jewish community center, or school rather, in Brooklyn, where there were swastikas painted on the walls last night. So if that's the beginning, what you'll see is an exodus of the mercantile class, or some portions thereof, which will further make it difficult for Mandani to fund the city's operations.
In his own party, he's not exactly a unifying figure, is he, Mamdani? Some top Democrats, including Chuck Schumer, have really kind of kept their distance from him. And I'm just wondering why the hesitation. And do you think he could actually undermine party unity?
The party has no unity, and I think what you're saying is rather important to note for people overseas. The Democrat Party is in very serious trouble. If we weren't in trouble, you wouldn't have Democratic Socialists masquerading as Democrats, which is Mandani, using the party as a vehicle. In most states of the United States, you cannot get on the ballot if you're not a Democrat or a Republican. The Democratic Socialists have figured out that the Democratic Party is in trouble ideologically, that people don't know what it stands for anymore, and therefore what they've done is they've taken over this dead body called the Democrat Party. And there are going to be more of them, they're going to be younger, they're going to take over the cities, and they're going to do it very smartly. They're going to run great campaigns, which is what Mandani did. The end result is that Democratic Party will look nothing like what it is today. It'll be younger, it'll be more to the left, and the divide between the two parties will be much more extreme. The Republicans all the way on the right, the Democrats all the way on the left. What does that portend for the future? Not clear yet, but those kinds of divided governments generally do not function well.
So clearly there was a big age gap between Mamdani and Cuomo. I mean, 30 years or so. And I'm just wondering, how big is the generational split, do you think, amongst voters? Do you think it was an obvious tilt towards Mamdani amongst younger voters, an obvious tilt towards Cuomo amongst older voters? Is that something people talked about there?
They did talk about that, but I think that what you raise is rather important for a different reason. The real issue was new versus been around too long. Been around too long was Andrew Cuomo, and that's how voters voted. They wanted something fresh, young, dynamic, and they wanted someone more reflective of the city. It wasn't so much he was 67, it's that there was nothing exciting about anything he was doing. And Mandani was a very exciting, very alive figure, tremendously gifted in rhetoric, anger, passion, intensity, and the message of affordability was one he could carry, and it cut right through.
So those people who've been saying that his victory in New York has, quote, electrified the left, it sounds like you're saying it's electrified a portion of the left, but not the entire Democratic Party.
The Democratic Party has to find an identity. It doesn't have one. You're going to have this battle inside between the left wing, the DSA people who have taken over parts of it, and everybody else. The question is, what does the Democratic Party stand for? That is not clear. And there is also the age factor. Democrats or leaders generally are older. The younger people want their moment. We have a permanent political class in the United States that has done nothing but been in politics or been in public fashion or been connected in appointed positions to politics who now want their moment. They've done this all their lives. They have no other skills. frankly, they've never put a callus on their hands as a worker of any kind. Therefore, they're going to do what they got to do, which is to take the older people out, force them to leave, and take over those positions. That is not uncommon, but there'll be more intense battles about it as we go forward.
And we've been talking about this with our other guests, but I wondered if you could give us your opinion. There are people who've said that Mamdani is somewhat of a gift to President Trump, giving him a chance to portray Mamdani as being, you know, the poster child of democratic extremism. Do you subscribe to that?
I think it's much more complicated than that. Every time Mamdani opens his mouth, it is likely that he will convert or create another suburban Republican someplace, and somebody who wasn't a Republican. What we also see in voter registration is that more African Americans and more people, I don't like the word Latino, but more people who come from Spanish-speaking countries are now, registering as independents, which means that they're going to vote for Republicans probably. That tends to be a step toward voting for Republican. So that tension is very, very significant. Mandani is a transitional figure into the next generation. The next 20 years will tell the future of America very clearly, and its politics are going to be very, very different than what we see today. The impacts on our foreign alliances, on our relationships with overseas entities will be much more complicated, and will be much more fraught with regional bias brought by the people who are now here, and they are not the Americans of old. These are not Irish, Italian, and Jewish immigrants coming for freedom. These are people coming for freedom or economic opportunity, but have no relationship to things like the Constitution of the United States, the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights, the Magna Carta. Their culture is different, and how they solve the political conflicts they're going to have, and the political competition, because all urban politics throughout the world is about competition for resources, frankly, between groups. How they resolve that is going to be very difficult and very interesting to watch.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. We're going to have to leave it there. Hank Scheinkopf, thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Well, we can speak now to Greg Swinson, who is the chair of Republicans Overseas, who joins us now from Chicago. Greg, great to have you with us on the programme. We've just had the first major elections, I think it's fair to say, since President Trump returned to office 9 months or so ago. The Democrats won New York and two key state governor races. Are there some alarm bells ringing, do you think, at the GOP headquarters?
Yeah, Tom, it's a great question. I don't think there are alarm bells. There weren't any real big surprises yesterday. I mean, if anything, one of the down ticket races, the attorney general race in Virginia, somewhat surprised me. But generally speaking, it was blue state victories, both in Virginia and New Jersey, which are blue states. They, both President Trump did not win either one of those states, nor has a Republican in a generation. And then, of course, in New York City, which is a completely Democratic state. So I think, or Democratic City, sorry. And I think, we're disappointed, that's for sure, because I was hoping for a surprise, especially in New Jersey, where the polls were a little tighter than expected. But there, again, all of the favorites won, so there's no shock. And that's why I don't think there's a panic in Republican headquarters. But I do think we have to make sure we align our message and make sure that we're ready for the midterms next year.
Indeed. So we're really sort of teeing off, aren't we, for the midterms, which are a year away. So with regards to New York's new mayor, the mayor-elect, the youngest mayor since the year 1892, the first Muslim, the first man born in Africa to become mayor of New York City, and a self-declared socialist. I mean, what does all of that say to us? What message does that send to the world, do you think?
Well, I think there's two major points here. One is the party, in New York, which is a very Democratic state. It's 5-1 Democrat to Republican. And so it's no surprise that a Democrat won. But I think that the surprise is that it was a Marxist, basically. And that was, kind of the perfect storm for Mandani in the Democratic primary a few months ago, where you had a flawed candidate in Mario Cuomo, who's got a lot of scar tissue in the New York area. And so it was just I think an interesting alignment. It doesn't reflect, in my view, it does not reflect the Democrat Party in the rest of the country. And you can see that in people like John Fetterman, who are speaking out against the radical progressive left. And of course, in Virginia and New Jersey, where they ran somewhat centrist candidates, and at least they claim to be centrist or moderate. So I don't think the New York formula works nationally. It might work in San Francisco. It might work. I mean, it did work in New York City, but I think we'll see the failures of a Marxist mayor. We have one here in Chicago, Tom. His name is Brandon Johnson. He's polling at 7%. He's polling at 14% with African Americans, which is odd for an African American mayor. So I think we're seeing how the Marxist mayors turn out. Unfortunately for New Yorkers, we're going to have the same experiment.
Do you see President Trump making life difficult for Mayor Mamdani? I mean, he sort of threatened he might do by withholding federal funding. Do you think he'll come good on that?
I think that might be a bit of trolling, Tom. I don't think the president wants to hurt New Yorkers. That's for sure. Clearly, he doesn't align well with Mandani, on just about anything. But I do think that there's some historical footnote here. Back in 1975, New York City went into bankruptcy and asked President Ford for a bailout, and he said no. And so there is some precedent here, and I don't think that New York will be able to avoid that. They're hemorrhaging money. They have massive deficits. The pensions aren't funded. And of course, there's going to be capital flight from New York. You're going to see more New Yorkers. Many have left in the last 5 years, 10 years, but I think you'll see more capital flight, much like we've seen already in New Jersey, New York, Illinois, California. So as taxpayers leave and move to better managed states, the fiscal situation only gets worse. So I'm not sure that New York is going to make it through his term.
Yeah, I mean, President Trump, in the run-up to the election, attached some pretty frightening labels to Mamdani, calling him a little communist, calling him a Jew hater, amongst other things. I mean, those labels didn't really have the desired effect, though, did they? People weren't really scared off by what President Trump said.
No, and I think, these kind of labels that people put on each other. I mean, for a year, we had Democrats calling Republicans, or President Trump specifically, Nazis and fascists. It doesn't really stick. I think with the case of Mandani, it's a little different that, he does declare himself a Democrat socialist. So, he has Marxist tendencies. There's no doubt about it. But, it's a very left-leaning progressive city. And so, perhaps they've lurched a little too far to the left. They did that with Bill de Blasio, who was mayor for 2 terms. And it doesn't mean a Republican can never win. And we had Rudy Giuliani and Mike Bloomberg for 4 terms in New York. So it can happen, but I think things have to get worse before they get better to elect a Republican. And obviously it has to be a good candidate. It can't be Curtis Silva, who's run several times for mayor in New York, and he's just never going to win. He's a flawed candidate. So, look, I think things will change in New York when people see how bad the outcomes are. But I don't think it's going to be, I don't think it's possible that they do this without some sort of a bailout from the federal government because of the capital flight out of New York.
One of the things some of our guests the last day or two have been saying to us is, words to the effect that Mamdani was something of a gift to President Trump because it gives him an opportunity to sort of, in a way, vilify the opposition party and really turn him into the poster child for extremism in the ranks of the Democrats. What do you make of that argument?
I mean, there's some merit to it. I'm not sure that I'd want Mandani as mayor just to have that, contrast to display to American voters. So there is some merit to it. You will see the contrast between states like Tennessee and Florida and Texas that are well managed. And that's why people are leaving blue states to move to those states. So, I think I saw Governor DeSantis on television last night, with a big smile on his face. It means more people, and more importantly, perhaps for the governor, more high taxpayers moving to his state. And so I think as that continues, it will show some contrast, and that will be, I think the president can demonstrate and display that contrast. But I think what Mandani did really well, and the other candidates as in New Jersey, New Jersey and Virginia, is they highlighted the importance of cost of living. And I don't think the Republicans focused on that as much as they should. They touched on it, but I do think it's important that we highlight that. And I think you'll start to see the economic policies of this administration start to work. It never happens overnight. It always takes 9 to 12 months. We saw that in the early 80s with Reagan and the massive recession that he faced after his tax cuts and deregulation. It took 2 years for those outcomes to really kick in. I think President Trump, experienced the same thing in 2017. The tax cuts and deregulation came late in 17, so you didn't really see the effects until late 18, early 19. I think we can expect that again, and that will benefit Republicans, and I hope they really highlight the outcomes of the economic policies, but that's going to take a few more months.
And do you see, just lastly, Conservatives and obviously the GOP really trying to amplify every hiccup in Mamdani's leadership and sort of really scrutinize every crime statistic? I mean, is that what we're looking at for the next few years?
Yeah, and whether we like it or not, that's how politics works. I think that, we surely will highlight the flaws. And again, I've seen it here in Chicago because we've had a progressive left mayor now for 6 years in Lori Lightfoot, followed by Brandon Johnson. So I think we'll probably highlight some of those things. I don't wish it on anyone. I think that, New Yorkers are really going to suffer here as the capital flight continues and people move out. And if you look at the margins of these victories, granted, he won comfortably with, at least 10% margin. But I think a lot of the voters that used to vote in either center right or for Republicans in general have left those states. They've left New Jersey, Connecticut, New York, and they've moved to red states, to Republican states. So it's going to be hard to win races in the future in Democratic strongholds or blue states, as we call them, because the Republican voters keep leaving and moving to better managed jurisdictions.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed. Always a pleasure talking to you.
Thanks, Tom.
Greg Swinson, Chair of Republicans Overseas. Thank you very much. Now we're going to turn our attention to Gaza, and Israel has returned the bodies of 15 more Palestinians to the enclave. That's according to local health authorities there in Gaza. Well, this latest exchange comes a day after Hamas militants handed over the body of an Israeli soldier who was taken hostage on October the 7th, 2 years ago. Well, Israel has confirmed that the soldier was an Israeli-American by the name of Itai Chen. Well, for more, we can speak now to Hazem Khairat, who is the former Egyptian ambassador to Israel. He joined us now from Cairo. Ambassador Khairat, thank you very much for joining us here on Al Arabiya English. I'd just like to start by asking for your perspective, really. Where are we at this particular moment with regards to President Trump's effort to broker peace between Israel and the Palestinians in Gaza?
Well, first, good evening, Mr. Tom. Thank you for having me. It's my pleasure. Well, this question is very important because no one knows where we are. But let me tell you, frankly, that this question should be directed to the Israelis, to Benjamin Netanyahu, because we all understand that Netanyahu wants to extend the war to escape prosecution for his convictions of corruption cases, in addition to his conviction in International Criminal Court for committing war crimes against humanity. So that's why he was always justifying all what he is doing, just to not to end the phase one. The phase one should be ended because we are going to enter to phase two. However, Egypt is doing a tremendous effort through its mediation with all parts, including the Israelis themselves. Of course, with the help of the Qataris and recently the Turks, and also, of course, the role of the United States. What I'm saying that, or what makes me a little bit comfortable, is that I can see that President Trump is really keen to continue his endeavor for reaching phase two and phase three and phase four and so on. But, of course, he needs to make more pressure on the Prime Minister Netanyahu and his right-wing government, because they are trying by any way not to turn this page and end phase one to start on phase two.
Right. So it sounds like
we're still working.
So you think President Trump is doing everything he can to make sure that Israel doesn't allow the peace process to fall by the wayside so that the war can continue, so Prime Minister Netanyahu can stay in power, so he can stay out of prison. Is that roughly what you're saying?
Well, absolutely, yes. Absolutely, yes. The point is that we want the good. He has a good intention, President Trump. And President Trump is doing his best, but he needs more pressure on Netanyahu. We need to be more brave in putting more pressure on Netanyahu. We're seeing President Trump every day. He is strong. He threatens many countries. Recently, he threatened Venezuela. He threatened Nigeria. He threatened China. But with the Israelis, he's a little bit calm. So we need him more strong because it's very obvious to everyone that Netanyahu is just trying to find any excuses to continue the war. And he doesn't want to implement the ceasefire. So that's why we are looking forward for the President Trump to push more.
Okay, I mean, Hamas has released a list of what it says are violations of the ceasefire committed by Israel. But what about Hamas? Do they look to you like they are fulfilling their side of the bargain?
According, of course, what I understand, yes. To a certain extent, yes, because they are doing their best, and Egypt is helping to find the remains. We are sending many instruments, and of course, with the Red Cross, doing our best. But the point is that Israel is always finding excuses. It's very difficult to find these remains. It's tough. It's really a very hard job. However, I think that Hamas is doing its homework. For the meanwhile, of course, the phase 2 will face problems, especially the disarming of Hamas. And this will be the most difficult part of the plan of President Trump. But till now, I'm seeing that Hamas is doing its best. Look, I have to be frank with you. Hamas is an ideology movement that always have its own belief. Hamas is a resistant group with a religious ideology. So they must, if they want to exit from this war, they have to exit with dignity. This is the problem. The problem is Israel wants to destroy the dignity of Hamas and want Hamas to surrender and to say, sorry for what I did, and this will not happen. Will never happen. But also we are working with Hamas. We're trying to let Hamas get aside, to exit, and to disarm, make this kind of disarmament. However, as I told you, and I repeat, it is very difficult to disarm the Palestinian resistance since there is an occupation, since there is a genocide, since there is an ethnic cleansing, since there is a forced displacement, since there is a starvation of the Gazan people. So there will be resistance. Israel will never live in peace or security if with what it's doing, with this brutal policy. It's impossible. But to a certain extent, I understand that Hamas will do its homework. And I hope so. I wish that.
There's a planned international stabilization force for Gaza, the idea being to control security inside Gaza. Would Egypt have any role in that, do you think?
Yes, of course. Egypt now is training many of the police individuals and trying to educate them. And we are pushing, even we are adopting this idea that Palestinians this is their responsibility. But on the other hand, we have to understand that it is not easy. Israel is putting obstacles, but we are continuing on that. And we did this for maybe more than 6 months, even from a long time, not since the plan of Trump. We did it about 6 months or 1 year, and we are always doing this job. But the problem, as I told you, is Israel. Israel is always putting obstacles. This is the problem. But we support, of course, this idea.
As an Egyptian diplomat, I imagine this issue of Israel and the Palestinians has been an important feature of your entire career. And I'm wondering whether, when we look at the momentum behind this ceasefire deal and the peace plan put forward by President Trump, when we look at the international pressure, the countries that have recognized a Palestinian state, the strong words used by the White House to condemn, for example, threats of annexation of the West Bank. Does it look to you like we're at a point of no return, or a point that perhaps we've never got to before in the quest for peace?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think that the American administration, which I consider this one of the most administration that is supporting Israel, and if we look at even the people surrounded, or the individuals who are surrounded by President Trump, they are completely supporting Israel. But when they stand with this position, it encourages us more to put what I say, to involve the Americans more and more for that. And I think that the most important thing for the Palestinian is to give them hope. To give him a peace horizon, to give him a statehood to live peacefully. And I think this would be the right thing. But as I told you, the problem now, the one who is ruling Israel is the right wing. They are very hardline and extreme, and they have a kind of racism. And they don't believe or don't recognize any Palestinian rights. So that's why we have to put pressure. And I think President Trump understand that the right wing of who is ruling Israel now is doing a fatal mistake for the Israelis themselves. Now Israel lost any kind of sympathy in the world opinion everywhere, and even in the United States of America. So I think that it is a positive. And I think that we have to continue on this plan. There are some things in this plan that could be, we bid on it, and it could be very positive for the Palestinians and for the peace in the region as well, and for the future of, well, for the interest of Israel. Israel, they don't understand it. They are thinking only that they are strong, and they, by their technology, they can destroy, what they want, and this will not happen. And this is what I used to explain them when I was there in Israel. But and there were some moderate people who understand this, but the problem now, the one who is controlling is the right, fanatic, extreme wing, who don't believe in peace.
Ambassador, just finally, before we end this conversation, I'm just wondering, I mean, the US brokered ceasefire is about 4 weeks old now. In your opinion, how great is the risk of the conflict in Gaza reigniting?
Well, the problem is always that you cannot guarantee what Israelis are going to do. And also, I think also that there are some factions in the Palestinians or in Gaza that might not belong to Hamas. So the point is that we are working 24 hours as Egypt every day in contact with different parts, with the Palestinians. And, you know, we hosted recently a Palestinian conference just to achieve a kind of reconciliation and unity, and to convince them that this is an opportunity, don't lose it, and try to avoid the provocation of Israelis. They will try to provoke you. So this is very important. So I hope that the ceasefire will continue.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you sharing that with us. Hazem Khairat, former Egyptian ambassador to Israel. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
You're most welcome. Thank you to you.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Dear viewers of Al Arabiya channel, we would like to greet you from the capital of the Republic of Azerbaijan, the beautiful city of Baku. Today, I will have the honor of conducting a special interview with the President of Azerbaijan, Ilham Aliyev. Of course, this meeting comes in the period following the agreement signed between Armenia and Azerbaijan with the support of US President Donald Trump. Today, we are living through those historic days, and we will discuss this very issue. At the same time, we will also talk about Azerbaijan's role between East and West. Likewise, we will discuss Azerbaijan's role in the South Caucasus. Mr. President, welcome to Al Arabiya channel.
Very good to see you. Welcome to Azerbaijan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. With your permission, I would now like to refer to that historic agreement signed between Armenia and Azerbaijan through the mediation efforts of Donald Trump. I would like to know your vision in general and how long will it go after all?
Well, I think what happened in Washington on the 8th of August is actually the end of confrontation and end of standoff. We've been for a long time at war with Armenia. It was Armenia which occupied Azerbaijani territory since the beginning of the 90s. And at that time, Azerbaijan was very weak. We didn't have army. And Armenia had external supporters who supported them in occupation of Azerbaijani territories. So almost 20% of our territories were occupied by them, and we had 1 million refugees. So at that time, it was one of the highest ratio per capita. Population of Azerbaijan was 8 million, so 1 million were homeless. The First Karabakh War ended in 1994 by ceasefire, and we were engaged in the series of endless and, as we've seen, useless negotiations, which lasted until 2020, when the Second Karabakh War started and we liberated our internationally recognized territories. Almost 5 years ago, during the 44 years liberation war, Azerbaijan restored justice, international law, and its dignity, and returned our lands. So after that, there was a certain vacuum in the process because at that time mediators didn't know what they should do next. And it was again Azerbaijan which offered to start a peace process with Armenia. Again, we initiated the format of negotiations. We introduced the draft of peace agreement. And actually, what was initialed in Washington on 8th of August was based on Azerbaijani version of how we see interstate relations between Armenia and Azerbaijan should be framed. So negotiation lasted, as I said, for several years and ended in Washington with great support from President Trump and his team. So actually, I think that this is the end of conflict, end of war. Formally, the peace agreement was not signed for one particular reason, that there is still provision in Armenian constitution which puts under doubt Azerbaijan's territorial integrity. So they will make amendment, as far as we understand, and as soon as this amendment to constitution is done and territorial claims to Azerbaijan are deducted from the constitution, the formal peace agreement will be signed. But the fact that Azerbaijan and Armenia in White House, in front of President Trump, initialed this document means that it's the end of war which lasted in stages for more than 30 years. And it opens absolutely new opportunities for the region of Southern Caucasus and for a broader region of Central Asia and Middle East.
فخامة الرئيس بما أنك تتحدث عن التعديل بالمؤسسات الدستورية داخل
Mr. President, you noted the amendment to the Armenian constitution, and now, when we talk about the peace, is there any internal political change? If it happens in Armenia, will it harm the process?
It's difficult to say. I can only guess. I hope that nothing will interfere into the process. But again, I don't have 100% guarantees because I'm not well aware about the internal politics of Armenia. We know that next summer they will have a parliamentary elections. We know that they're working on the draft of new constitution. But if there is a strong external interference, yes, we may think that something can break what has been agreed, but that will be very harmful for Armenia itself, because no matter who signed the documents in Washington, they were signed on behalf of Armenia by Armenian leader. And if something happens there with respect to the changes, and they will step back from what has been signed, that will seriously deteriorate relations between Armenia and the United States, and not only United States, but international community supported this process. European Union supported, Turkey supported, our friends in Arab countries supported. So the whole international community were positive with respect to that. So breaking this arrangement means to go against the entire world and what they will earn. For Armenia, what was signed in Washington is a guarantee for peace and for stable development. I spoke a little bit about the First Karabakh War, but you know, in order to illustrate what happened to us, probably we will need days and months. There was an ethnic cleansing, there was a Khojaly genocide, innocent people were killed. We still have more than 3,000 people missing. And there was a strong emotional feelings here in Azerbaijan. Even when the war of 2020 ended with our victory, still there were people in Azerbaijan who demanded revenge. But I told at that time when I addressed the people that we took revenge on the battlefield. We will not do to them what they've done to us, because what they've done to us were war crimes. So what I'm trying to say is that if any future government of Armenia, no matter when this government or if it comes to power, will put under doubt what has been signed in Washington, then Armenia will face serious complications. Because the balance of powers in the region is absolutely in our favor from all points of view. I think it's obvious to everyone. And if Armenia would again put under doubt our territorial integrity, we will respond adequately. The importance of what has been signed in Washington is that both sides recognize territorial integrity of each other and will plan their future interaction based on these fundamental thesis of international law. So if they stop recognizing our territorial integrity, we will do the same with their territorial integrity, and who will win and who will lose, I think it's a rhetoric question. So I think that there'll be enough wisdom and reasonable approach from any future Armenian government not to put under doubt what we agreed in Washington. And again, it's agreement between two states. It's not agreement between Pashinyan and myself.
Sure. سيد الرئيس بما أنك تتحدث عن يعني ضرورة أن يبقى هذا
Mr. President, as you have noted, the understanding should stay stable in the future. And there were a lot of tragedies in Nagorno-Karabakh. How you have started the reconstruction? Because we would like to know the IDPs, both Armenian and Azerbaijani. And in addition to that, did the Minsk group end by this signing?
Yes, the solution of the Minsk group was one of the conditions which Azerbaijan put forward in the very first stages of negotiations. And our logic was based on the fact that when Minsk group was created by OSCE in 1992, it was created to address the Karabakh conflict. So when Armenia officially recognizes Karabakh as part of Azerbaijan, and when they say that the conflict is over, that means that the legal existence of Minsk group is absurd. And if they insist on keeping it alive, that means that they still have territorial claims to Karabakh. So that was the logic which was the basis for our position. And it took us a lot of time and effort to persuade Armenia to agree that both sides should write a letter to OSCE in order to dissolve the Minsk group, what happened in the presence of President Trump. So now the process has started, and that will be the legal death of Minsk group, because it's already dysfunctional for almost 5 years. With respect to IDPs, during the First Karabakh War, there have been no Armenian IDPs, because Azerbaijan did not occupy territory of Armenia. They occupied our territory. That's why we had so many refugees and IDPs which lived in difficult conditions during these years. We introduced the program of the resettlement even during the times of occupation, because absolute majority of them lived in tent camps for more than a decade. So we started to abolish tent camps as soon as I became president, and we finished that process in 2007. But still, tens of thousands of them lived in very poor conditions. So now the process of return, based on the program which is called the Program of Great Return, have started. And we already settled more than 50,000 of former IDPs in the liberated territories. And the process is continuing. There have been two major impediments. First, landmines. Armenians have planted more than 1 million landmines during the times of occupation. And after the Second Karabakh War ended in November 2020 until today, we have almost 400 casualties. More than 70 killed, and the rest severely injured because of the landmines. So these landmines do not allow us to have a broad, large-scale reconstruction process, because we need first to provide safety. And second, there was a total destruction of infrastructure in Karabakh. Our cities and villages were leveled to ground. Sanitation, water supply, electricity, railroads, highways, all was totally ruined. So we spent most of our money in these first years of reconstruction to build infrastructure, and in parallel to build villages and cities. So now we are almost in the final stage of infrastructural development. I think the full infrastructure projects will be ready maybe in 2-3 years. And now we spend more money for housing projects. So it's now visible, like buildings are coming from the middle of nowhere. And our plan is to provide decent housing conditions, jobs for all the former IDPs, and the process has started.
No.
As I said, more than 50,000 already live on their ancestral lands.
سيد الرئيس يعني أيضا
Mr. President, one of the main issues arising from the agreement was to make Azerbaijani dream come true. What we talk about it is the dream of Zanzibar corridor that come true, or what we call Trump route. Why Trump route has come to the table? In addition to that, which stage will this Trump route promise for Azerbaijan to undergo? Of course, this corridor will play an important strategic role between Azerbaijan and Europe.
In order to answer this question, I should go into a little bit of history and just to explain the people who watch us how it happened that Azerbaijan is divided in two. So it was done in the first months of Sovietization of Azerbaijan. When Russian Empire collapsed in 1917, Azerbaijan established Azerbaijan Democratic Republic. It was the first democratic republic in the Muslim world, which was established in May 1918. And it lived until April 1920, when Russian army invaded Azerbaijan and occupied it. The Bolsheviks, which made a revolution in 1917, they lied to people because their slogans were factories to workers, land to farmers, freedom to peoples. And that's how Azerbaijani people became free. We established our own state. But Bolsheviks took it from us. So in April 1920, Russian army invaded Azerbaijan and occupied it. In November 1920, just several months after that, Soviet Russian government decided to take Zangezur, we call it Western Zangezur, from Azerbaijan and to give it to Armenia. And that's how Azerbaijan became divided in two, mainland and Nakhchivan. And Western Zangezur was just in between. During the Soviet times, it was not a problem because there were no borders and there was no wars. So people could go freely by cars or by railroad from mainland to Nakhchivan. But after Armenia launched aggression against Azerbaijan, they cut that connection line, they cut the corridor. And today, in order to get to Nakhchivan, we have either to fly there or to go by buses or by cars through the territory of Iran, or even longer route to go through the territory of Georgia, Turkey, and then enter Nakhchivan. So it's a lot of inconvenience and a lot of problems. So after Second Karabakh War ended with our victory, we could have taken that part by force. At that time, Armenian army was totally demoralized. There have been 12,000 deserters, people who ran from war, in Armenian army, and 0 in Azerbaijani army. Azerbaijani army was motivated, people were motivated, and there was no one in front of us. We just stopped on the 10th of November 2020 on our border. We didn't take that part by force, but we told Armenia that they cannot block us from communications with Nakhchivan. So for almost 5 years, we've been negotiating with them about these connectivity lines. In the meantime, we started to build railroad towards Armenian border to connect it with Nakhchivan, and started to build highways. Highway project probably will be ready next year, as well as a railroad. But during this almost 5 years of negotiations, Armenia was not demonstrating constructive approach with respect to our demands or legitimate requests. So when President Trump and his team started to be involved in the process and wanted to facilitate, so our message to them was, without Zangezur corridor being operational and being safe so that Azerbaijani citizens can go safely this 40-plus kilometers route, there must be strong security guarantees. There must be international security guarantees. So only security guarantees from Armenia will not be enough. So Trump's administration accepted this legitimate concern with a proper attitude, and that's how it turned into TRIP, Trump Route for International Peace and Prosperity. So now when President Trump gave his name to Zangezur corridor, I'm sure that it will materialize very soon. From point of building the physical infrastructure, I mean the railroad, it should not take long time because it's only 42 kilometers. If we were to build it, we would have done it in 1 year. Maybe for Armenia, it will need some more years because we have more experience in building railroads.
By American investors?
It is not yet decided, but yes, it is possible to be done by American investors. Actually, for us, it doesn't matter. For us, important is that it is built, and important is that there is international security guarantees. In other words, when Azerbaijanis travel from Nakhchivan to mainland and backwards, they should not feel discomfort. They should not be afraid of their security, taking into account the long-lasting standoff and the hostility. So now I think it is very close to be implemented, and it's now for Armenia to do their part of the job. As far as we're concerned, again, I'd like to say that all infrastructure to connect two parts of Azerbaijan on our territory is now being implemented. But it's not only about connection to parts of Azerbaijan, it's about building a new transportation line. Today, the Middle Corridor, one of its branches, which goes across the Caspian from Asia, goes from Azerbaijan to Georgia, to Turkey, and then to Europe, and also to Georgian seaports. This is the only way how to connect Asia with Europe through Azerbaijan. So Zangezur corridor or TRIP will give alternative. So the second corridor will go through the territory of Armenia. And this is a benefit to Armenia. And I was trying to deliver this message to my Armenian colleagues that they will eventually become a transit country. Every country, if has a potential, tries to become a transit country. We, for instance, we want to be a transit country. We want corridors to cross Azerbaijan from east to west, north to south. Armenia, because of occupation, was deprived from that. There is no transit going across the country. So with Zangezur corridor, Armenia will get transit fees from transportation, and taking into account that the volumes of cargoes from Asia to Europe through Azerbaijan is growing year after year, I'm sure that the Zangezur corridor will be important transportation link which will connect the continents.
بما أنك تتحدث سيد الرئيس عن أهمية زنجزور.
Mr. President, you have been speaking about the importance of Zanzibar. Following the signing process, there are two teams, I mean Russian and Iran. I will start with Iranian. As far as I know, the Iranian president visited Azerbaijan. He has even Azerbaijani origin. He spoke here in Azerbaijani. For the time being, following these geopolitical changes, how do you see the relations between Azerbaijan and Iran?
Yes, you're right. The president of Iran visited Azerbaijan. Actually, he visited Azerbaijan twice. First, on official visit, and second, he attended the summit of Economic Cooperation Organization in liberated Karabakh in the city of Khankandi. And we established very good working relations with him. Yes, you're absolutely right. He's Azerbaijani. He's the same blood as I am. We speak the same language. We don't need interpreters. And by the way, he knows Azerbaijani poems better than I do. And actually, he demonstrated here during one of the public events his knowledge about Azerbaijani poetry, and he doesn't need any notes. He's a very talented person. So this is really a good opportunity. And I think our personal relations and relations between his administration and my administration are very constructive and very friendly. And with respect to official position of Iran towards the new development, we consider it as very reasonable and very positive. When I say official position, I mean the position of president and foreign minister. This is official position.
The other positioning?
Other? Well, we are basing our policy based on those politicians which have been elected by the people of Iran and which have a mandate to implement their duties, and these are president. There have been certain voices of some former officials which now are named like advisors. I don't know what kind of advisors they give. Immediately that reaction was very...
You talk about the advisors of the Murshid and
yes,
some other advisors.
Yes. So this position for us is not important at all. It has zero importance to us because our interstate relations are between the governments, between the presidents, between foreign ministers. Therefore, we totally ignore these false narratives which have been articulated by so-called advisors. So for us, everything is clear. Position of president is absolutely reasonable and is based on the fact that Zangezur corridor is not in any way a threat to Iran. There have been a lot of rumors in some media, in some internet sites that Azerbaijan is planning to occupy Zangezur. Azerbaijan is planning to cut Iranian-Armenian border, and that was absolutely false. We didn't have such an intentions. Again, if we wanted to do it, we would have done it. In November 2020, it was very easy to do, and throughout all these 5 years, it was very easy to do. It's only 40 kilometers.
Yeah.
Just from military point of view, it will take not much time. Just from both sides you come, from Nakhchivan and from mainland, and you take it.
Azerbaijan has the power, the military power to do it.
Of course, and everybody knows it. And even those who give bad advices, they know it, that we have this power. We didn't do it because we are not aggressors. We are not country which occupies. We are people and country which liberates. That's what we've done.
Yeah.
And our war was a just war, was a liberation war.
No.
Was war on our soil, a war of restoration of justice. So from this point of view, I think that all these rumors that we were planning to cut Armenian-Iranian border now are absolutely groundless. Everybody knows that. By the way, during this 5 years' time, when Armenia was blocking the opening of Zangezur corridor, we agreed with the Iranian government, again, government to government, to build a bypass on Iranian territory. And it was called Araz corridor, by the name of the river Araz. So Azerbaijan already invests a lot of money in building the bridge over the Aras River to bypass Armenia. So if you look at the map, you'll see it's not difficult to do. You just come to the Armenian-Azerbaijani border and then make a turn to the left, build a bridge across the river, and go 40 kilometers on Iranian territory, and then enter Nakhchivan again.
Mm.
So this project is already in the phase of implementation. So when corridors through Armenia is opened, so we will have two ways. We will have more opportunities to deliver cargo. One way through Iran, another way through Armenia. We also discussed with our Iranian colleagues from the government that there may be necessity to build a railroad on Iranian side of the river. If that happens, if Iran does it, then part of cargoes will go through Iran. And what is more important, which some advisors which give bad advices do not understand, this is not only between Azerbaijan and Azerbaijan, not only between East and West, but it is also between North and South.
Will
the Zangezur affect the North Corridor in Iran?
No, it will only help. Because first, the North-South corridor, which originally was planned and designed, goes from Northern Europe, Russia, Azerbaijan, Iran, just straight line. If you look at the map, it goes on the territory of Azerbaijan, partly just by the shore of the Caspian Sea.
Will they meet at some point?
Now, yes. So this is an authentic North-South corridor, which is fully built on Azerbaijani territory. We have full railroad and highway connection between the Russian border and Iranian border. The missing part is on the territory of Iran. They need to build some 150 or more kilometers, but that will take time, maybe several years. What can happen with connection between North and South? It can go through Zangezur. Again, if you imagine the map, it can go from Northern Europe to Russia, to Azerbaijan, and then from Azerbaijan, it can go to Zangezur, enter Nakhchivan, and from Nakhchivan, we have a railroad connection with Iran. So actually, the Zangezur corridor will not only be east-west, but also north-south transportation corridor. And instead of one north-south route from Russia to Iran, Azerbaijan, Iran, we will have another one from Russia to Azerbaijan, Armenia, Nakhchivan, Iran. So it will be, I think, a win-win situation for the whole region, and there'll be no losers. And I know that Iranian government, coming back to your question, understands it, and Azerbaijan will do everything in order to strengthen regional cooperation between all the countries of the region.
Currently, Russia on the other side, as we know, there was a shooting down of Azerbaijani plane, and the relations are not the same. Will it be an attempt to revise the diplomatic relations?
The shooting of Azerbaijani civilian plane by Russia and the reaction of Russian officials to that create a very big frustration and disappointment in Azerbaijan. First, this shooting shouldn't have happened in the first place, because when there are drone attacks on Russian airports, they announce the special regime. They call it a carpet, in Russian kovер, and all the planes get a signal that there is a drone attack, and they turn back. 2 weeks before the crash, the same happened with our plane, which was flying to the same Russian city, and they got this signal, so they turned back. This time, they did not give this signal. They gave the signal after the plane already was shot down. So they did it in order just to mislead those who would investigate. They shot it twice. Only professionalism and courage of the pilots made it possible for plane to land. And fortunately, it landed in Kazakhstan, not in Russia. If it landed in Russia, now, judging by how Russian investigation goes, I'm absolutely sure they would have tried to hide all the evidences.
Oh.
It landed in Kazakhstan, and there was a crash. Some people survived, and we have those who gave evidence. We have 2 people who were in the plane who were injured by the shrapnel which penetrated the fuselage. We have remainings of the plane, and immediately I sent the team. It's not far away, it's only 40 minutes flight. Immediately our team was there on the site and they filmed everything. So you can find it on internet. All the fuselage was in holes, shrapnel. And to say that that were birds or Ukrainian drone which hit the plane is absurd. It was damaged by Russian air defense system. We know which system, we know who gave the orders, we know the names of those people who are responsible for that, and we know those who want to cover up. So shooting the plane should have happened in the first place, but that was a tragic mistake. But behavior of Russian officials after that, this is unacceptable.
After all this, it's just a quick question. After all this attitude, I mean Russian attitude, are you afraid from any Russian movement in the area to stop what Azerbaijan is trying to do? I mean, on geographical level, on in the corridor and everything.
Well, they have their military base in Armenia with several thousand military personnel. At the same time, Armenian border with Iran and Turkey are protected by Russian border security. There is not a single Russian soldier on Azerbaijani soil.
Yes.
So what may happen in Armenia, I don't know. But I don't want to think about this negative scenario.
Yes. سأنتقل إلى الشرق الأوسط.
Let me switch to something else in the Middle East. You have also played a mediation role between Middle East and Israel. You are providing your support to bring natural gas to Syria. The current developments between Syria and Israel and steps that are made between them, to what point are you searching peace between Israel and Syria? Is there something promising between these 2 countries?
Well, I think that there are chances for normalization of relations between Israel and Syria. First, I'd like to come to your comments about natural gas to Syria. You know, we didn't have any relations with the government of President Assad for more than a decade. They treated Azerbaijan in a very unfair way. In our confrontation with Armenia, they took Armenian side, which for us was very strange, because we enjoyed a very strong support from Muslim countries during the years of occupation. And Islamic Cooperation Organization always supported us. So Azerbaijan is a country which highly values the principles of Islamic solidarity. So aligning with Armenia against Azerbaijan, aligning with a country which demolished mosques and kept pigs and cows in mosques, for us was unacceptable. So both sides, the team of President Assad and our team, cut all the contacts. So for more than a decade. So when the new government in Syria came to power, we were very enthusiastic about that, and definitely we supported that. And I had a meeting with Ahmed al-Shara in Turkey this April, and invited him to visit Azerbaijan, and he came on official visit. And we started to provide humanitarian assistance to Syria. I sent a big team to Syria, led by the Deputy Prime Minister, to see how we can be helpful, what we can do. We only want peace for this country, for these people who suffered for so many years. And we want that they live in peace and to see development there. So this started. And then the issue of shortage of electricity came to our attention, and we started to think how we can be helpful. And we had a trilateral and even quadrilateral arrangement between Azerbaijan, Syria, Turkey, and Qatar in order to help Syria with natural gas, to convert it into electricity. So the ceremony of the beginning of that process took place on the 2nd of August. Azerbaijani gas through Turkey is coming to Syria, and Qatar government was so generous to provide funds for that. So far we agreed about 1.2 billion cubic meters of natural gas to Syria, but their demands are higher. So in the future we can increase the volume of gas so that they have less shortages. In the meantime, negotiations between officials from Israel and Syria took place with our mediation. We want peace around us. We, as a country and people who suffered from aggression, from war, we understand what it is to be refugee, what it is to be homeless, not to have gas, electricity, water, or food. So we actually became already for many years a donor country. We provide financial support, humanitarian support to almost 100 countries, 80 plus countries. So our goal was only to help to have normalization and to create a predictable situation between Israel and Syria. And if we helped a little bit, we are happy with that. We see that there is a potential for normalization, and that will bring additional elements of peace and predictability to the Middle East.
But Israel, they agreed on having this normalization while respecting the unity of Syria?
Yes, definitely. Azerbaijan, as a country which suffered from violation of territorial integrity, supports territorial integrity of all the countries. And our position on that is straightforward. And again, coming back to what we discussed about Azerbaijan-Russian relations, we, from the very first days of Russian invasion to Ukraine, supported Ukraine's territorial integrity and continue to support it. And of course, unity and territorial integrity of Syria is number one precondition for any kind of relationship. And not only legal unity and control of the boundaries, but physical unity. The country must have a centralized system, or at least a system which operates and functions with respect to political institutions. We are strongly against any forms of separatism, whether it was in Karabakh or in Syria or in any other place in the world.
So we understand that Azerbaijan under your leadership is playing an important role. So we understand that Azerbaijan under your leadership is playing an important role in the mediation. What about Turkey and Israel? Your mediation between these two countries, especially that we talk about the Kurd file there. What about the current mediation between Israel and Turkey?
Well, we are trying to be helpful when we see that there's a chance for normalization. And during the first stage of normalization between Turkey and Israel, Azerbaijani role was appreciated by both countries. And you know there was a visit of Israeli President Isaac Herzog to Turkey. And so we were happy that two countries are now finding the common grounds. At the moment, relationship between Turkey and Israel are more tense than ever before. Therefore, if we are asked to step in, we will do it. If not, we will try just to use maybe some not very public diplomatic efforts in order to help to find a ground, because the most important is safety and security. We know very well the value of security. We've been at war in different forms of war for more than 30 years. So it makes you totally preoccupied with that.
No.
For me as a president for 17 years, since I became president until we liberated Karabakh, that was issue number 1, number 2, number 10. I was totally preoccupied then day and night. So it of course distracted not only me but the whole team from many other things which could have done maybe more faster and in a more efficient way. So any potential threat, any even hypothetical threat of physical confrontation is harmful.
Yeah.
It's harmful for people, for countries, for the economy, for the credit rating, for everything. So we are trying to provide, based on our experience, because we had experience of being occupied, we have experience of being a victorious country, we have experience being at war, and now we have experience how to reach peace. So we know how to do it. And also our diversified foreign policy directions also allows Azerbaijan to be in the middle of events, because not many countries today can talk in a very sincere way to those who are now in difficult terms. So we are ready to do it. We hope it will work. But of course, we don't want to impose ourselves on anyone. We just do what is necessary when we are asked for that.
Currently in the Middle East, there is a big role played by Azerbaijan, and this role is measured by not only natural gas of Azerbaijan. The natural gas of Azerbaijan goes to European countries and to Eastern countries. Is it possible that natural gas from Azerbaijan can go to some Arabian countries like Egypt or any other country around Syria? And will it help the situation there in general?
With respect to energy, so yes, you're right. Our main destination for natural gas is Europe. We provide gas to 10 European countries. 8 of them are members of EU. So for these countries, Azerbaijani gas really plays an important role in the energy security, and this role will grow. I already publicly announced our plans for the coming years. By 2030, we will have guaranteed additional 8 billion cubic meters of natural gas, plus to what we have today. And the question is how to use it, in which direction. And Of course, entering Middle East with our natural resources is a first experience for us. We think that, as I already said, we can increase the volume of gas to Syria, and also we can provide gas supplies to other countries through Arabian gas pipeline or through other means, through swaps. Also, we are trading energy resources. We are not only selling our own oil and gas, but we are working as an international trader. So our potential is bigger than one can imagine. So from this point of view, I think it's an important factor. With respect to relationship with countries of Middle East, primarily with members of Gulf cooperation countries, are very good, very friendly, and very result-oriented. We have a very strong partnership with these countries, and by the way, our main investors in renewable energy are companies from UAE and Saudi Arabia. So they are our main investors. They already are investing now. And by the way, our renewable potential also should not be underestimated. By 2030 again, based on the signed contracts and investments from primarily UAE and Saudi Arabia and China, we plan to have 6 gigawatts of solar and wind energy. Plus, we are actively building the hydropower stations in Karabakh. Already almost 300 megawatts we already created. So this is important part of relationship between Azerbaijan and members of Gulf cooperation country, because we have fossil fuel, and also we work actively on renewables. And together we can do many good projects. By the way, ADNOC, very important energy company from UAE, became a shareholder of one of our biggest gas fields in the Caspian. At the same time, our state company, SOCAR, became a shareholder of one of the projects in oil development in UAE. We really are now in the active phase of working on a broad investment portfolio. Political relations are excellent, so we concentrate on practical investment projects in energy, and not only. In hospitality, in tourism, in agriculture, so many projects are in the pipeline. For instance, one of the leading company of Saudi Arabia was selected by us as a partner in building the desalination plant here on the Caspian shore, which will provide a lot of opportunities for agriculture and also for people. So this is a big part of our foreign policy agenda. I would say one of the main priorities of our foreign policy, cooperation with the countries of the Gulf.
And also, how are the relations between Azerbaijan and Arab countries? In addition, Mr. President, we think that your country is playing an important role in the regional process. Is there any step that can be taken by Azerbaijan to make good relations between the Sunni and Shia communities? Not necessarily inside of Azerbaijan, I'm talking in general.
Well, you know, in Azerbaijani society, Muslims of all faiths live as one family. And there was never any kind of division between different branches of Islam, I think.
Not here, in the area, I mean.
Yes, but for addressing...
To have it as a platform, like you are a mediator, and to have it as a platform of communication between them.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right, but this is based on our experience. It is based on not only slogans, not only statements, because there can be many statements, but you need to look to the core of the issue, to look how these issues are being addressed in Azerbaijan. For us, first is national ethnic identity. Second is citizenship, or maybe also the first is citizenship, along with ethnic identity. And this sectorial issue for absolute majority of Azerbaijan is absolutely nowhere, even not on the 100th place. And Azerbaijanis, they are, as an ethnic group, they consist of representatives of different branches of Islam, but we all are united by our ethnicity, by our language, and by our state. And not only Muslims, representatives of other religions in Azerbaijan, they feel the same. What we've done here during the period of independence was to strengthen these positive trends. And it's one of the few countries where Shia and Sunni Muslims pray at the same time, at the same mosque, and we do not divide. And we think that the biggest threat to Muslim world is sectorial division. And those who advocate for sectorial division do the most harmful thing to the Muslim world. We must be united. We are Muslims, and for us, this is number one. Absolutely free from any foreign interference, because we had not only advocate for these values, we also had to protect ourselves ideologically from any kinds of penetration, from any kinds of attempts to spread the seeds of hatred between the Muslims. So this is highly valued in the Muslim world. And my numerous meetings with the leading religious leaders of the Muslim world demonstrate that in Muslim world, in political spectrum or in religious spectrums, there is a high appreciation of our role. So we demonstrate that it is possible, and we demonstrate the success story, and we demonstrate that there is a peace, stability, and comfort. So this is what people need. The people need to live in peace, to raise their children, to live happily, to have jobs, not to be afraid that the bombs will fall on their head, or someone will put a bomb in your, neighborhood. So we do many things on intercultural dialogue. We have regular international conferences on intercultural dialogue every second year, where we address all these important issues, not only issues which are important for the Muslims, but for the all religions. From this point of view, our role is mainly based on what we have done here, and this how it can be done in other places. And I think that now in a political circle of absolute majority of Muslim countries, I have a lot of contact between the presidents. There is understanding that Muslims must be united, and sectarial division is a threat to our unity.
So you meet with the vision of Gulf country, peace for prosperity.
Exactly.
Yes. سيد الرئيس التقيت
Mr. President, you had a meeting with President Trump, and he's considered as an exceptional figure among American presidents. What impressed you the most during that meeting? Will you really nominate him for the Nobel Peace Prize?
Yes, exactly. Together with Armenian colleague, we nominated President Trump for Nobel Peace Prize. He really deserves it. As I said in my comments in Washington, in several months, he made a miracle in Africa, in Asia, in Southern Caucasus. And this is his character, this is his nature. He wants peace. He is a person which is absolutely different from a traditional image of Western leader. He is very friendly. He's very generous. He was so generous to give all his gifts, even more that was planned. He really was a person who deserves a lot of credit. That was my first meeting with him, but my attitude to him as a politician was always positive. Even during his first term, though at that time we didn't have a chance to meet. And especially when he was deprived from being elected by the electoral fraud of deep state representatives. They stole his victory. And what he is saying about putting an end to mail-in ballot is absolutely right thing to do, because American administrations always like to lecture the whole world how to live, how to build democracy, how
That's so
to
true.
we all know that, how to address elections, but they themselves made the biggest election fraud against President Trump, depriving him from victory. So during that time when he was not a president, he behaved in a very decent manner. He demonstrated great courage and dignity, and to come back in America with all these frogs in the swamp, you know, like USID, Radio Liberty, fake news like Washington Post, New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Newsweek, all of them were against him. All of them were demonizing him the same way how they demonized me, for instance. Not maybe the same level, but the same way, spreading rumors.
هذا حصل that happened during Biden time when he insisted on keeping the 907.
Yes, exactly. Biden reimposed 907. Now 07 was lifted in 2001. Why? Because they needed us in Afghanistan. They needed our sky, they needed our sea, they needed the railroad. We provided very important support to American logistics and transportation. So as soon as Biden ran away from Afghanistan, they reimposed the sanction on us. So can you be so unthankful? What we would think about you, and we cut all the relations with them. With Biden administration, it was zero. It was a disaster. So Trump is absolutely different. He is a person which not only, I'm sure, will make America again great, he will make America again to be admired, as we all did in all times, when America was a symbol of prosperity, of freedom, of development. He will do it, I'm sure. If he managed in 6 months to bring peace to so many locations, he will do it, but he has a strong resistance. The system is against him. And also what I'd like to underline, especially what touched me, was how he behaved during that assassination attempt. That cannot be played. No speechwriter, no political advisor can do it. That's how the person reacts. He's a brave man and great leader, and I am proud, really proud, that he treats me as a friend.
Mr. President, let me conclude with my final question. Azerbaijan plays an important role among the Turkey-speaking states. How do you see this role, and how do you envision Azerbaijan's role in its region and neighborhood in the future?
Well, organization of Turkic states has great potential now. Azerbaijan was always straightforward in strengthening this institution. It started as a kind of a group of countries, as a consultative group, as a council, but then it transformed. So it has a great potential. And our close relations with Turkey which are now based on alliance declaration, which we signed with President Erdogan in Shusha in 2021, which makes us military allies and political allies from legal point of view. It's an important factor not only for both countries, but for the whole Turkish world. Last year we signed the alliance agreement with Uzbekistan and also with other members of Organization of Turkish States. We have strategic partnership agreements or declaration. So it's a big potential. We are united by our roots, which makes this organization unique. Because if you look at other international organizations, not all of them, or maybe I don't know which of them also is united by the common ethnic root. Yeah, we are different peoples, but we have all common, our roots coming from the Turkic ethnicity. We have growing population, which is also an important factor for every country. When it is supported by economic development, it is advantage. Sometimes it's disadvantage when countries are poor, but our countries, they are not poor. We have natural resources, not in every country, but in many. We have broad geography. Turkey is a leading military force on the global scale. In NATO, it's second army after United States. Azerbaijani army also demonstrated itself on the battlefield, not on parades. And connectivity. And when we talk about today about corridors, you cannot avoid us. You cannot. You should use us, our territories, our facilities. And also important is that in all members of organization, there is a political stability and friendly relations between each other and between all. So this is really makes organization unique. So we need to strengthen it. And we need to strengthen it by concrete projects, by investments, by energy, by transportation, by cultural projects. So I see in the future this organization as one of the important global actors. So our view is to transform it into a global actor which can play a role on international arena, which not only be preoccupied with our internal issues, but to play a stabilizing role on international arena, positive role, generating opportunities for the neighbors, and demonstrating that on such a huge geography, you can build a strong unity, which is not a threat to anyone, but which is an opportunity to many.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are pleased to see you again. Thank you for giving us your time. Thank you for receiving us here in Baku. Mr. President, thank you very much. Dear viewers, with this, our special interview comes to an end. We had the honor of interviewing the President of Azerbaijan in the capital city of Baku.
شكرا لحسن المتابعة وإلى اللقاء.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
and an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.